up, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Zay Collier. Happy Monday, everybody. Colt McCoy days away until Texas goes to Columbus to face Ohio State. 12 days away. Ready to go. Ready for my main man, Chip Brown, to join us. I see him in the green room, getting ready. Probably just got back from campus, Steve Sarkisian press conference.
Hey, need more to words of Judy Brown. Happiness is a choice. We're happy to spend some time with us on an Overreaction Monday. Zay, how are you doing, my man?
What's up, man? What you rocking the Vikings purple today? What's going on?
Oh, yeah. I was trying to make some stuff match.
I like it.
I'm not sure that I pulled it off, but yeah, a little different, little something different, you know. You like it?
I dig it. Master's hat. Yeah, you fly today. Happy Monday, man. You know, ready to go. How you doing?
Good. Just finished up a story on Julian Sayin, the Ohio State starting quarterback. Now the Longhorns know who they're preparing for. Not a surprise. What's up, Rob? How we doing, man? Good to see you. Yeah, man. Julian Sayin he's going to be the guy, first ever start in college football. Texas defense can't let him have a better day than Arch Manning, right?
Oh, they're on high alert. And maybe the person that has to do with Julian Sayin having the bad day the most is on high alert. And that is Colin Simmons, who has already reposted Julian Sayin being announced as the starter on his Instagram story. It didn't say nothing. There's nothing to be said. I see Ohio State fans going crazy on X, Twitter, talking about, oh, we got bulletin board material. Why would this guy try to poke the bear already? All Colin Simmons is doing is congratulating Julian Sayin by posting him. Like, we don't know if Colin Simmons and Julian Sayin go back. I don't know Julian Sayin's history. Steve Sarkisian did mention today that Julian Sayin went to Texas camps. And they know Julian Sayin, and they try to recruit him to the 40 acres. So Colin Simmons, maybe he's being a little petty here. I wouldn't put it past him. Maybe he's letting everyone know, okay, now we know our guy. It's his ass come August 30th. But
hey, I love Colin Simmons, man. He don't mess around. He said when he was asked, did the bond between the Texas players get tighter over the summer during training camp, knowing that they're opening the season against Ohio State? And he said, I promise you it definitely did. So, yeah, he has not been shy, but he hasn't said anything crazy either.
No, I don't think this is bulletin board material. If Ohio State can find that, then hey, go ahead. But yeah, Colin Simmons just making it known that, hey, Julian Sayin, congratulations, but now ball's in your hands. You wanted this moment. You wanted to shine, to be the next big Ohio State quarterback. All right. If you're ready, let's see it. Because Colin Simmons and this defense, I'm sure they're going to be ready. Steve Sarkisian said Saturday, 15 to 16 starters. That's how many guys on that defense that he feels confident in. He named all four of the linebackers, Trey Moore, Leonga Lafau, Ant Hill, Ty Anthony Smith, said all four of them could start. Yeah, Julian Sayin, man, hey, like this is one of those Ryan Day makes you the starter. Brian Hartline, everybody's in the room, your quarterback coach. Ohio State, they like to call their parents when something positive happens. If you go look at their X, they named all their captains and stuff. And, one of them's obviously Caleb Downs. And they all call their parents and stuff with the coaches to let them know that their son became a captain. It's really cute. But for Julian Saying, I'm picturing, hey, son, you're the starter. And Julian Saying's excited for a second. Then all of a sudden he realizes and comes back down to earth like, oh, damn, I might have the best defense in the nation that I got to face. In my first career start, the game that all Ohio State fans are going to remember. Am I about this life? I'm sure he's a competitor, and hell yeah, he'd say he is, but we've seen a lot of guys think they're about this life until they get cracked one time.
Oh,
And they start seeing ghosts out there. Word up to Mac Jones. Mac Jones said, I was seeing ghosts. That's a national championship quarterback right there, saying he's seeing ghosts. It can happen to the best of them. So Julian Saying, congratulations, buddy. Good luck.
good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck. Not much of a surprise on the pick of Julian Saying.
Man, I thought Keith Holtz was making a run though.
He was, but he can't throw it. He can't spin it like Julian, apparently. And Steve Sarkisian was very complimentary. Talked about how Julian Saying came to 2 Texas camps. Texas was recruiting him hard, he said. And quick release, elite arm talent, all of that. The question will be, can he get comfortable? Can he get comfortable in making plays, enough plays against the Texas defense in his first college start? We know he's got Jeremiah Smith. We know he's got Carnell Tate. We know he's got Purdue tight end transfer Max Clare and 3 returning starters on the interior of Ohio State's offensive line. So, and CJ Donaldson, the transfer from West Virginia at running back. So we'll see if Texas can make him uncomfortable, because that's going to be the key. Texas got to shut down the run and put Julian Saying in obvious passing situations and then get after him. And like you said, put doubt and maybe a couple ghosts in his mind. You want to make him feel pressure even when it's not there. So you do that with long arms like Ethan Burke, just getting a hand on him, just pulling at him, even if you can't get him down. Make him feel like, man, that rush is all over me. Because, look, some guys are just special, but usually you need a little bit of experience to be able to handle a defense like this. Just saying. Now, Ohio State prepared for Texas last year. They know Saying was in all the meetings. He knows the personnel. He learned the plays. He watched the film. So it's not like he's coming in completely cold, because he did go through the season. He did go through game prep in case something happened to Will Howard. So we'll see. This is going to be good. It's going to be a good little showdown between Julian Saying and that Texas defense. And that cracks me up, Colin Simmons.
Yeah, that's mad petty, man. Like, I love it. Like, again, he's not saying anything, but he's saying a lot by not saying anything, just posting the photo. Like, all right, cool. Congrats, buddy. See you next Saturday. That's all it is. Like, that game has more hype than probably any opening game that we've ever seen. So if you need extra motivation, you're probably playing the wrong sport and need to go in a different profession. Now it's getting real, with saying being announced a quarterback. Like you said, Chip, not surprising to anybody, but it's still a little worrisome that it took this long, like 12 days out. If I was Ryan Day, I would have stayed quiet until August 29th or whenever you're allowed to say it or whenever you have to come out with your depth chart. Like, I would have kept it quiet for a long time just to keep them mind games and that chess match in between him and Steve Sarkisian. But I do think that Julian Sain can be good. Early like this, that's a stretch. That's a stretch. I saw Cam Newton today. He's getting that number 2 retired over there in Auburn. And talk about a player that came in from jump, from his first reps as a starter in college. Like, yeah, he had the JUCO ball, but he hit the ground running. So it's been done. We've seen guys before come in with no real experience at the big time Power 4 D1 level. But I think it's going to be tough. Like, Carnell Tate, hell of a player. We always talk about Jeremiah Smith. Brandon Ennis, he was announced one of their captains, the other wide receiver, which I wouldn't say it's surprising just because of all the guys that they got in that room, but also he didn't play much last year. So you had Mbuka, you had Tate, you had Jeremiah Smith. So now that Ennis is stepping in and taking over for Mbuka, can he pick up where he left off? Because if he does, Texas might have a problem. And if Sain has good chemistry with all those guys, Texas might have a problem. Their tight end is underrated. Max Clare, I think he was preseason Big Ten for all first team, according to the media. So this is Ohio State we talking about. Like, even though Julian Sain doesn't have much experience, all them other big-time 5-star blue chippers that Ohio State gets each and every season, they're there to make his life a lot easier, and they're definitely capable of doing it. So staying grounded, sticking to your fundamentals, what you do now till then, how you take care of your body, how you prepare. Those guys that might be second team, third team, because what Sark say, 30 players are going to play early in this first game. So guys are going to get opportunities just because you got to get in the football shape. Are the ones that make the most of those opportunities, what side is it going to be on? Going to be on Buckeye side or Texas side? Feel good about Texas, but again, we got 12 days. We'll see.
Yeah. It's as good as it gets. I mean, it's as big as it gets, 1 versus 2 in terms of preseason rankings. But this is a great test for this Texas defense to show everybody what they can do, because I think this Texas defense could be as good as there is in the country. I mean, it's an opportunity. Faux show.
What stuck out Steve Sarkisian's press conference today and Saturday?
I think what stood out to me is, people are wanting to know what's going on with Arch. Like, how good does he look? And I'm like, you know what? He's going up against what could be the best defense in the country. So it's not like he's going to be out there torching this Texas defense at all. And I think that's something that you have to keep in mind, because it's not like he goes out every practice and just airs it out against these guys. I mean, Arch is having to fight tooth and nail to make plays against this defense, against the number one defense for sure. And so, I think it's a grind. It's what you want. It's tough. There's a real chance that it may be easier in the games than it is for Arch Manning in practice. That's real. So,
yeah, not surprising that there might be some struggles. You think about the first scrimmage and how all the pre-snap penalties kind of appeared, and that kind of gives you UTSD, because you saw that at times last year where instead of accelerating, you take steps back. And now, after what you heard from the second scrimmage, it goes from double digits to around 2, according to Steve Sarkisian. So I that's what I'm definitely going to look at, especially with the 4 new offensive linemen. You had DJ Campbell in that mix. Like, how are those guys going to mesh together? What's that communication going to be like? And then how that reflects on Arch, just buying him enough time to where Ohio State, being known for a really good defensive line over the years, like guys like JTT and Jack Sawyer, and you think about Chase Young and the Bosa twins, they've always had somebody that could get after the quarterback. So Arch not being put under that type of pressure where it speeds him up. You want him to be comfortable making throws in the pocket. You want him to be comfortable, if he has to, utilizing his legs and getting those extra yards and getting out of bounds and sliding and protecting his body. Like, I just want to see a certain calmness with Arch, and a good running game helps that. I know in practice you struggle with those things. Like you said, Chip, this defense, like I was shocked when Sark talked about 15 to 16 starter-like guys on the defense. Like, coaches don't say that very often. Usually coaches will be like, we're still trying to figure things out. I'm not going to praise these guys too much because they haven't necessarily done anything. They haven't played any games. They're working hard in practice, but let's keep them humble. Nah, Sark's like, yo, we got like 16 guys, 16 legit guys that I'll go to war with anybody. And I think there's more that can emerge from that 16 to where it could be around 19 or 20. Because I'm sure he's not talking about Colton Bosick in that mix. Maybe he is. Who knows? He felt like he is talking about Ty Anthony Smith. But like he is talking about Wardell Mack or Grayson Littleton, Kobe Black. All of these guys that are going to see a lot of bump and a lot of reps here in 2025. So, hell yeah, that offense is going to struggle against them, especially with all the new faces they have on the offense. Besides Contravian Wisner, DeAndre Moore, and DJ Campbell, nobody was getting first-team reps like that. Guys will get sprinkled in every now and then. Trevor Gooseby, he got sprinkled in. Arch got sprinkled in. But besides Moore, Wisner, and DJ Campbell, this is new for everybody. So playing against that defense, iron sharpens iron type of situations, I think that's only going to be beneficial. And I think going into this game, even though Ohio State's defense will be tough, like you said, Chip, it might come easier for this offense.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a real possibility. And this is what that group of dogs has been waiting for. This is what Anthony Hill's been waiting for. Colin Simmons, Trey Moore, Ethan Burke. Now, those interior defensive linemen just need to jump in on this for their own competitive nature. They weren't part of, I mean, Alex January was, but the rest of them just need to seize the moment. But Taff, all these dudes on defense, they're the ones that can carry out. You know, DJ Campbell called it a get-back game and the first stop on the revenge tour, on the 2-stop revenge tour at Ohio State and at Georgia, November 15th. And it's really this defense that can take it out on Ohio State, because they're the group that returns the talent, the cohesion, and then we'll see if this offense can get clicking. You know, I'm in my mind, it's gonna take a minute, and Ohio State has dudes. We know that, even though they lost their entire defensive line, we know they got dudes. You know, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs. They've been recruiting, so it's going to be a hell of a battle. You know, I got people who think that Texas's defense can control the game, like create short fields for the Texas offense, maybe even score a touchdown. And if that's the case, make that statement. Make that statement, because there's no better time like the present. And look, one of the worst case scenarios for Texas is they lose this game and then lose 2 games in the SEC and are 9-3 and become the test case for the first ever 9-3 team to get into the 12-team college football playoff. Well, you can avoid that by going up to Columbus and showing them that Texas has a national championship type defense, which they had last year. And if my man PK doesn't call a, you know, prevent defense, look, we all have bad days, but it's tough to have a bad day.
Is it necessary to bring this up? You didn't have to bring this up, man.
Yeah, but how mad are those dudes too? Like I'm sure if you poured a little truth.
What, the returning guys or the guys that are now in the
the returning guys? Like, I'm sure they weren't crazy about. Okay, they trust PK. They tried to execute the play, but if they'd have just played a normal down of defense, they'd have stopped that thing for max 5-yard gain. I mean, don't get me started. So those guys have multiple layers of payback. Like, if they ever get a call from PK like that again, they need to say, nah, we got this. We'll just let us take care of this one, coach. Yeah, I mean, the trauma. Patrick says the trauma. I'm right there with you. I couldn't believe it either.
Oh, you
trying to fix scabs. I'm like, what do they do? What is this call? Like, you got dogs. They're going to track that play down and no problem. There's no need. Anyway, those dudes have multiple layers of payback. So it's on at 11 a.m. Sorry, Ohio State fans.
It's early.
You're not getting the Sunday night game. You're not getting that stage all to yourself. You're going to get 11 a.m. right there with all those other lesser.
Cool.
Yeah, you're going to be the shining star amongst a bunch of 11 a.m. games. And hey, Sark's like, hey man, we practice in the morning. We're good with this. This is just like we do at home.
If you look at the weather in Columbus, You can't tell because 12 days is too far out. But I don't think this week into next, it gets above 90. Like, yeah, it doesn't get above 90. Next week, Chip, the high going into next Wednesday, next Monday through Wednesday, the high is 74.
Beautiful.
The football weather. So we're coming into some football weather. The low 56 next Wednesday. So, oh yeah, these Texas players.
Yeah, it's gonna feel like air conditioning.
Yeah, they'll be fine. Like this, them long, brutal days with Torrey Beckton. That's where it all comes together. Games like this, where that first drive, just because of adrenaline, you might be a little fatigued. Once you get that second win and you're able to settle down a little bit and you get that one hard thud when it comes to hitting and stuff, oh, yeah, you're going to be Gucci. You're going to be Gucci. So another thing that I'm shocked about, Chip, that I couldn't believe it when Sark was talking about it was CJ Baxter. And talking about how, this guy's ahead of schedule. Because Sark's been saying he's going to be patient, very cautious with CJ Baxter, with how deep that running back room is. Christian Clark, you got James Simon, Jared Gibson, obviously Contravian Wisner. There was one point in time where Steve Sarkisian did not feel pressured to push CJ Baxter and throw him in the mix. He still doesn't feel pressured, but CJ Baxter has been so good and ahead of schedule coming back from that LCL, PCL injury. This man Sark is calling him 1A, 1B with Contravian Wisner. Like, he said that.
Yes, he did.
1A, 1B. I'm looking around like, that means we talking about, man, Jameer Gibbs, David Montgomery, Sonic and Knuckles type stuff right here. Thunder and Lightning. Woo! 1A, hell yeah. CJ Baxter, if you've earned those reps, let's go. Give it to him. You've been waiting for this. You've been grinding. You've been carrying yourself in the right way. You've been a leader while you've been rehabbing. Those guys in the locker room respect you. You're a leader now. Now you're able to show it on the field. Hell yeah. I loved hearing that because I think the run game might win that game on the 30th. Like, I think that's just one of those games just because Art's trying to get acclimated with those receivers, Caleb Downs in that secondary, that's a lot. Just like you said, Chip, brand new four for that defensive line for Ohio State. Y'all going to have to show me y'all can stop the run. Y'all going to have to show me some because Contravian Wisner, he's taken 30 carries before. Now, that's a lot for a first game, and Sark talked about that being a lot. He would rather not have that a thing because there's a difference between football shape and regular shape, but still, he's capable. Jared Gibson, he's capable of getting a lot of carries. Now, CJ Baxter is in the mix. So I'm going with that mentality all season to make Arch Manning's life as easy as possible. Establish that run game. I know Sark likes to put it in the air. I know he likes to get those screens and get all that motion and stuff going on where those receivers can get busy and he likes to let his quarterback get into a rhythm. That's cute. But if you have an offensive line that ain't nothing to muck with and you got running backs that if they were the bell cow guys, they'd be up for the Doak Walker Award, let them eat. Let them bring their silverware in, put the napkin across the lap, and let them eat. There's no need to overthink it, especially for the early games. Because as the season goes on, yes, everything should get more in sync to where the passing attack is what we think it can be with Arch putting up buku numbers trying to break Colt McCoy's touchdown record. But as far as this run game, it could be incredible. And now CJ Baxter as a 1B to Trey Wisner's 1A, Give me some of that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I loved hearing that. Very happy for CJ Baxter. And I'm excited to see what C4 gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, that's big. That's really big because Sark was really banging that drum of we're going to be patient, we're going to be cautious. And now for him to say we're going to crank it up, that's big. And kudos to CJ Baxter for doing everything he's needed to do to get to where, you know, he's getting that kind of praise from Steve Sarkisian, because that's not an easy injury to recover from. A torn LCL, a torn PCL, it's harder to recover from that than a torn ACL. The LCL and the PCL are tougher ligaments to have to repair for the doctor. And anytime you tear two of your three stabilizing ligaments, it's a major recovery. So yeah, that's big news. And we wrote a separate story about that over at Horns 24/7 because it is such big news. So yeah, that was big coming out of the scrimmage. And Sarkisian said today there was an interception out of that scrimmage by Santana Wilson against Trey Owens. And that Hero Canoe blocked the field goal, not Alex January. So, yeah.
Yo, Trey Owens, man, you better get together, dog.
Trey Owens, man, he's a gamer, but he's gotta get. But gamers count in scrimmages too. You got to be that gamer in that scrimmage.
Yeah, especially when I'm hearing KJ Lacey's been eating a little bit too. Like KJ Lacey has been doing this thing. Like, don't let the size fool you. KJ Lacey can ball. There's a reason why he's getting comparisons to Bryce Young a little bit. But yeah, Trey Owens, man, you're not hearing positive things about Trey Owens. You're just hearing interceptions, and he's in a battle for QB2 and Matthew Carwell, and hopefully it doesn't matter because Arch is going to take every snap this season unless they're up by 40, but we know the stats, CB. It's very rare that you don't need that QB2 for
one time in the last 14 years.
It's rare. It's rare. Yo, Texas rocks. If it's morning for you, dog, I feel you. I'm trying to be like you, bro. Because where we at, it is 2:30. But
2:30.
If it's morning where you at, keep living, baby. Appreciate you for jumping on Chip and Zay. But
that's right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think coming out of the scrimmage, you know, Sarkisian said he shut down Quintravian Wisner, Jelani McDonald, and
Trevor
Gooseby. And Trevor Gooseby. Now, he said today that, you know, they're fine. They're going to be fine. But, you know, when you hear that, you're like, oh, Lord, have mercy.
Yeah.
Because those are three indispensables pretty much right there, especially Trevor Gooseby. I mean, Texas doesn't have any wiggle room at offensive tackle, like zero. Those, you know, Trevor Gooseby and Brandon Baker have now become the two most indispensable players on the roster because And those guys, they just don't have the depth behind them. So that's a little prayer situation for the Longhorns. I mean, you got Jaden Chapman. You know, I don't know what else they would do. I don't know what else they would, come up with to patch a hole if something happens to Gooseby or Brandon Baker. I mean, you're either force feeding a guy like Nick Brooks or you're hoping for the best. With Jaden Chapman out there. But
yeah, what Sark say, he's comfortable about 8 guys. You wish you had 10, but there's around 8 that you feel okay with. But that tackle spot, as you said, is a lot more slim than the interior offensive line. Andre Kojo's situation really put them in the bind. And you hope that Brandon Baker and Trevor Gooseby could play hopefully 16 games, but that's a lot. That's a lot on their bodies. And hearing that Trevor Gooseby got nicked up a little bit, I get why they were cautious. Even though all 3 of those guys, Jelani McDonald, Katrevian Wisner, Trevor Gooseby, could have came back in, they're being cautious with them, and they understand that nobody's ever won a national championship on August 18th. So that's, even though you got to train, that's why these coaches get paid the big bucks. You got to find that balance. How hard to go to get your team prepared, but how much recovery and rest do you need for them to also be prepared? And Sark and his team, they do a good job using science to help them with those things. And overall, when it's come to injuries, knock on wood, they haven't had anything too crazy, but it's a long season, so just gotta keep on trucking.
Yeah, and if you noticed, Sarkisian said that Jelani and Quintravian Wisner were back, but they're going to hold Trevor Gooseby out because they just can't afford to not have him ready for the start of the season. So, they trust him. They just need to get him as healthy as possible. Remember, Sark said on the first day of camp, this is the best these guys are going to feel for the next 4 months. They need to get him as healthy as possible going into this Ohio State game because he's indispensable. That's just all there is to it. Sarkisian. Well, let's get back to coming out of the scrimmage. The teams in their mock week, they're basically going through the same schedule they'll have for game week next week, so that they're as if they're in school, even though school hasn't started yet.
When school start next week?
Yeah.
Damn, what a week for it to start.
Yeah. That's the tough thing about playing a game that big right out of the chute, because typically you like the guys to have some time to get acclimated to school, whatever. But Sark's prepared, so he's doing things as if they're in school already, mimicking what the players are going to need to expect next week. But I mean, Sark even said the offensive line's probably the thinnest group on the roster, and if they can find 8 guys, they're not there. They're not there.
Who would be those 8 for the ones available? Who in your opinion? Because he's mentioning 8, like he said, 8 would be ideal.
Yeah, he said 7 or 8, and I would say the 7 are the starters, and then Connor Robertson and Jaden Chapman.
You wouldn't put Nick Brooks in that mix?
Not yet. He's super talented, but I don't think he's put it all together yet. He's
what about Big Red, Connor Stroh?
Yeah, so Connor Stroh got some sugar today from Sarkisian. We've talked about how he dropped the weight. He's lost, gosh, over 20 pounds in 2 years to get to where he's now. He's at 341. He was up to 360 and change. And I was trying to figure out, okay, is he giving Stroh sugar because he's done everything right? Or is he giving him sugar because he's actually ready to step in? Because last I heard, Nate Kibble was working ahead of Stroh. So I'm going to need to make some calls tonight, figure out what's
at the guard position.
At the guard position. So, you can also put, like, if you had an injury to a guard, you could move Cole Hudson over to guard and put Connor Robertson in at center. But if you have an injury at tackle, that gets tougher because I don't think Cole Hudson's really ever worked at tackle. Hayden Connor is a guy who had worked at all three positions: tackle, guard, center. And so, that just kind of gets you to where. So if you're asking me who the 7 are right now, I would say with Andre Kojo out, I would say Connor Robertson is probably your number 6 offensive lineman. And Jaden Chapman is your number 7. And I don't know that there's an 8. I think they're force feeding Nick Brooks because he is so physically imposing. 6'7", 312. No, 6'7", 349. But I think you'd see a lot. You'd see a guy who's okay. If Kelvin Banks is a dancing bear, great feet, great balance, always going to be in the right position. Nick Brooks is a stone wall. He's a guy who's going to struggle to get out to defend against a fast pass rusher, but if he gets his hands on you, you're done. So that's what I would say about Nick Brooks. Like he's got the right mindset, but it's still moving really fast for him. And he's obviously got physical tools. There's a reason they had him, backing up, have him backing up Trevor Gooseby at left tackle. They want him ready to go next year in case Gooseby's got a decision to make after this season. And that's another thing I wrote about today. Who are those underclassmen who could play themselves into an NFL decision with a good contract year this year? And Gooseby's in there with Malik Muhammad, DeAndre Moore, possibly Jelani McDonald, but Gooseby's definitely in there. And Anthony Hill, obviously, everybody is anticipating Anthony Hill will leave after his junior season because he's already seen as the top linebacker in college football. So that, there's no doubt in my mind. The number one concern is the depth on the offensive line. Texas got to stay healthy there. And they need guys like Nick Brooks, Jaden Chapman to give it everything they've got so that if they're called on, they're as ready as they can be. because there's a reason Jaden Chapman was working at guard. He's a better guard than he is a tackle. So, and that's a little concerning going forward. Like, okay, where are the tackles? You got a bunch of guards, really good guards, but like for the Arch Manning era, like you want him to have top tackle play. I mean, Quinn Ewers got 3 years with Kelvin Banks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It was still hurt all the time. Was hurt his whole career. No, not because of Kelvin Banks, but you know what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Texas hasn't had to go into the portal or hasn't gone into the portal for offensive linemen. Maybe that changes after this season. I don't know. But yeah, that's a conversation for another day. But oh yeah. What else stood out to you from the scrimmage? Anything?
How well Manny Muhammad played.
Yeah.
Malik Muhammad, big time year. Talk about on your contract year list for underclassmen. He's right up there. Like, you want to follow in those footsteps that Jahdae Barron left off last season. Like, you saw what Jahdae did. Why not you? You have all the measurements and intangibles to add that to your game. We hear how good Manny Muhammad is, not only for his athletic ability on the field, but his mind. Like, that's what we've been hearing a lot about, just, Jelani from Manny Muhammad from Ryan Wingo and different guys like that. He's a tough person to go against. And if he could bring that mentality, like, I'm sure he's looking at the Jeremiah Smith matchup as something to really show the scouts that you're one of them ones. Like, this is probably one of the best wide receiver groups in all the nation. They are every single year, whether they had Garrett Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr., Olave, like, they put out first round wide receiver picks each and every season. So if you want to play against the best, here you go, Malik Muhammad, and I think he's going to be ready for it. Steve Sarkisian talked about challenging him this past week, and Manny Muhammad came back with that and just showed that, hey, you challenge me, I'm going to step up to the challenge, and I'm going to knock it out of the park. And when you have guys like that in their third year with the comfort level that Malik Muhammad, that we expect him to have, that's what makes big-time football team and a big-time secondary. So, again, I was hard on Manny Muhammad last year because somebody had to get picked on. You got Makuba, you got Tav, you got Jahdae Barron. Somebody had to be the wink link. And it wasn't like he had that bad of a year, but I know and he knows that he could definitely get better from that, and I expect that this year. So, yeah, shout out to Malik Muhammad. I can't wait for those matchups against the wide receiver group of Ohio State. Like, that right there, the matchups, the game within the game, that's going to be very interesting. From in the trenches, that offensive line, Ohio State versus Texas defensive line, vice versa, the wide receiver groups versus the secondary, Matt Patricia versus Steve Sarkisian. Like, it's a movie all the way around. So that's what makes it so exciting. And yeah, that's why it's such a popular game.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think you look at the fact that, there wasn't a lot of, like Sark said, the red zone offense missed a couple of opportunities. You listen to that, because Sark, I think, tends to be kind of transparent about that stuff. And that's a concern. I'd put that right probably below offensive line, because we know that red zone offense has been a struggle. Now, look, first team offense against first team defense, you're going to have some wins, you're going to have some losses. In the first scrimmage, they were able to score from the 25. So I'm sure the defense came back this week and said, no, you're not getting it. So, again, some of this you're just going to have to see from Texas against a real live different opponent. And there's Ohio State. So,
yeah.
I mean, I asked Sark about the run game today. I said, do you have a feel for your run game? And he said, feels pretty good, Chip.
You said your name?
Yeah.
I can't wait to listen to that later.
So I was like, okay, all right. My man Sark says the run game feels pretty good.
I mean, if we got CJ Baxter as a 1B, then I wouldn't put it past them. That sounds pretty damn good to me.
Right.
Like, I did not expect that. I'm still wowed by that. And I don't think it's a knock on Jared Gibson, but there's a reason why CJ Baxter came into Texas as a big-time 5-star recruit out of Florida. Like, if he can live up to that and get back to what we expect from that, good grief. Like, and then him and Travion Wisner, and you got to worry about both of those dudes when they're playing at their A game. Yeah, like that's what's going to make Arch Manning's life so much easier. Establishing that run game.
No doubt.
It's
huge.
It's huge. It's everything, in my opinion. Like those long, methodical 10, 11, 12 play drives where you're eating up clock, where you're keeping that defense out on the field, getting tired. When fourth quarter comes around, they ain't trying to hit nobody because first quarter, they felt it. They felt Travion Wisner and CJ Baxter lower in their head. And then that's when you get them. That's when you get them on that play action. And you're able to find those explosive plays down the field. So they got all the weapons, man. It's just a matter of playing to what my man Rob's talking about, just being smart, not overthinking things, especially in the red zone. No more tall sweeps. Maybe no more putting in defensive linemen on the goal line. I know that was 2 years ago, but to what Rob's speaking of, that's the overthinking that sometimes Steve Sarkisian kind of has a conflict with. Even though he's such a maestro and such a guru as a play caller and as a quarterback guy, he's still human. So hopefully they could get rid of that funk and, get them some cologne to brush that off. So going into this season, you're ready to go, fresh slate. You got Arch Manning. He can move, add another dimension to your offense, to your creativity, and you can do something with that.
Yeah. Breaking news. Chris Del Conte set to get a contract extension and raise through 2036.
Called it. But we just talked about that, did we not?
We did.
Did we not? It was like a couple of weeks ago. I was like, yo, it's almost time for them talks to start happening again. That's what I said. I was like, yo, let's not BS around, Texas. It's time to start having those conversations to lock this up. This needs to be the last job that Chris Del Conte ever has in his life. This is it. After this, enjoy a beautiful retirement somewhere near the water, because I know he likes the water and stuff. But yeah. This couldn't have been a smarter move. Pay the man. Cash in his hand. Pay him.
So his current contract ran through 2030 and was set to pay him $2.52 million in 25, which he'll get, and $2.6 million in 26. The new contract will pay him $2.9 million in 26 and basically increase his pay by $100,000 each year, and then it goes to $150,000 when it increases by $150,000, the new contract in 2030, and then goes to $3.5 million in 31, $3.65 million in 32, $3.8 million in 33, $3.95 million in 34, $4.1 million in 35, and $4.25 million in 2036. And that's a total of $38.8 million. That is money well spent. That's money well spent. Because when you got a guy who can get everybody aligned and fired up and get excited, and there's so much momentum in the entire athletic department. Every sport has a coach who's got a chance to win it all. And that's how CDC looks at it. He's like, it's my job to hire coaches who can go win it all. I'm gonna give them what they need. I got to find those coaches who can go take the resources that we have here and go win it all. And that's a really great standard to have. I don't know how many other athletic departments have that standard. And I don't know how many other athletic departments can go hire top-end coaches. How many programs could go hire Bob Bowman from Arizona State, fresh off a national championship, bring him to their school, and then he wins a national championship in his first year at Texas? So this is critical. 2036, he's 57. He's my age. And 2036 would put him 11 years from now at 68 years old.
Last job.
Yeah, for sure. Might not even get to the final years of that deal, but we'll see.
He's 56 on 46 right now, Chip.
Yeah, no, he's in good.
I see him gliding around the ATX, man. That ain't no normal 56.
Right. He's always around Town Lake. He's doing his walks, runs, whatever. Yeah. He's out there with Schlossnagel sometimes.
Yeah.
Probably.
He's the type of guy that the Natties, even though you would assume they will come sooner than later in football, baseball, basketball, he's the type that I'd see him waiting it out. Like if basketball's right there for the next 5 years, being like, I got to get one while Sean's here. I got to stay here to see this thing through with Sean Miller.
And baseball with his buddy Schloss.
Yeah, I got to stay here to see Jim get one. I got to be there for that. I got to see that. I got to be a part of that. Like, I could see him completely playing out that contract, 2036, like 100%. That dude in as good a shape as you could possibly be, loves the school, loves the community, loves his coaches, loves the people that are around him, that he works for and that work for him. Like, he's out here having conversations with fans on X and Twitter. Like, he's as present as any athletic director that you've ever seen in collegiate sports. With the way NIL is, he's adapted to that. Like, it's just anything possible. Oh, you're talking about renovating different athletic departments here at Texas. All right. That's a topic of conversation for him. Cotton Bowl. Like, it's just, he's always moving. He always, as the kids say, he's got motion, man. He's got mad.
No, it's amazing. It's amazing to me that he is still responding to fans questions, inquiries on Twitter 8 years after taking the job. I mean, this is such a difficult job. You got so many things you got to juggle. You got so many egos you got to manage in terms of boosters, and then, getting big projects done. And this football indoor practice facility is enormous because Texas has had that stinking bubble since 2000.
That bubble's trash, man.
It's just
janky.
Right. I mean, when you look around at all these other top end indoor, SMU has a better indoor facility than Texas. I mean, everybody does. Everybody, not just SMU, Baylor, Colorado.
Del Valley High School. Their indoor bubble. That's nicer than the bubble that Texas got.
Right. So that thing's going, Texas will open that new indoor practice facility in April of next year. They'll tear out the turf in DKR, put grass in there, and all the student athletes will have their own parking space underneath the football practice facility, because Del Conte's going 40 feet into the ground. And in Texas, that's a big deal. It's all limestone. You're just chunking out. Like when they built Moody Center, they just hauled, it was truck after truck carrying huge pieces of limestone out of that. It was a quarry when they were building that thing, and it's a quarry now while they build that. But that's going to be a big deal, because student athletes on other campuses don't have that. They don't have their own parking garage. And all 500 student athletes are going to have their own parking space under that football practice facility, so that whenever they're on campus, they got a spot where they're not going to get booted, ticketed. Like you've heard, Arch, he's had tickets. His dad's like, how we doing here? But the parking spaces are hard to find. So anyway.
Arch, man, you're literally the spokesperson for Waymo. What you driving anywhere for around campus? Hell no. Why doesn't Arch have a driver? What are we talking about? I get it. He has to be like everybody else. Like he's one of the guys. One of the guys. Like you can't be commercial. I understand that. But also, didn't Chris Sims have a limo driver?
Oh, God. That poor bastard. So this is funny. And I was the one who wrote the story, but his mom, and I don't know that Chris was crazy about this, but they could afford it. Phil Sims does okay. They stayed at the Four Seasons. Okay. And then they're moving his stuff in, and his mom's like, hey, can we use this Four Seasons shuttle to move all of Chris's stuff to campus? And he shows up on that Four Seasons shuttle with all of his luggage, whatever. And his teammates started calling him Limo because of the Four Seasons shuttle. So that's how that got started.
Why you gotta be a poor bastard?
Well, because he probably just wanted to be one of the guys. Hey, Mom, let's rent a truck or something. She's like, well, the Four Seasons will take us over to campus. Yeah. Of course, his teammates saw that Four Seasons shuttle pull up, and they're like, okay.
Yeah.
So he got stuck with that nickname Limo, and he's so funny about it. I mean, he laughed along. Hell, he's the one who told me the story. So yeah, I mean, Sim's such a good guy. That was one of the most bizarre times in Texas football, that Chris Sims Major Applewhite thing. But I saw Mac was at the scrimmage, and then Sarkisian Mac walked by the reporters. He's like, "Hey, you need me to fill in?" And then
wait a minute. Yo, why your impression of Mac sound like that? He ain't sound like that, man. Stop it.
hey,
He don't
hey,
sound like no old geezer. This is Mac Brown. If he wanted to right now, he could go take some G5 program to their conference.
of course. I didn't mean for it to sound like he was like
Hey, Sonny. Oh,
Geppetto or something.
back in
But
my barriers to eat Cracker Jacks.
he's like, y'all need me to fill in up there? Zach,
How's
you need me
Mac
to fill in?
looking? He looking good?
Well, then he was going on out to play golf.
Yeah.
Sarkisian's like, yeah, I'm kind of jealous of Mac. He's going to play golf, but
hey, Sark, it don't matter. Trent Dilfer, Hugh Freeze, they still playing.
Hey man,
So,
Sark doesn't have time for that.
how does Hugh Freeze and Trent Dilfer, Lance Taylor, he was on our show last week. We asked him about UAB. He said all Trent Dilfer's been doing is playing golf. So I don't understand how do these other coaches, how do they have time for it, but not Steve Sarkisian? How's that work?
Hey man.
Oh, priorities.
Man,
priorities. Interesting.
Priorities.
Interesting. Okay.
I'm looking up Sarkisian's handicap.
Ain't gonna see much.
Nope.
If anything, he's probably just playing it to say what up to the boosters.
Yeah, he's not. He's not maintaining a handicap.
Yeah, you got to shake hands and kiss babies. Like, that's a part of the gig here at Texas. My man Charlie Strong did not understand that. I don't know how much Herman understood it either. I think Sark gets it. But also, you got to be about the team. So.
Oh, man. Coach 420. Big Ocho. I'll tell you what, Steve Sarkisian, that was one thing that stood out from the scrimmage. Steve Sarkisian said all 4 of our linebackers are starters. Like Ty Anthony Smith, Trey Moore, along with Anthony Hill and Leonga Lafau. Like, I hear Ty Anthony Smith is pushing everybody. And Leonga Lafau even said that. He said, I appreciate Ty Anthony Smith. He is pushing us. Ty Anthony Smith is smart. And like Sarkisian said, he's not the biggest guy at 220, but he hits.
Yeah, I don't want to look too far in the future, but this is Anthony Hill's last year here. I think Ty Anthony Smith will fill in quite nicely once Ant Hill decides to leave in 2026. Like, I think Ty Anthony Smith is that good. I think it's just about him getting his body right. And once that's there, I think Johnny Nansen and Pete Kwiatkowski, they're going to let him loose. Like, he could be an X factor this year because Ant Hill don't need all them reps. Neither does Lafau. Like, I'd rather them not have all of those crazy reps. So when the fourth quarter comes, both of those guys, they still got a lot of juice in the tank. But Ty Anthony Smith, man, when he had that pick last year on the tip, Ethan Burke pass, he's got some to him.
Well, and Brad Spence, depending on what his year looks like Brad Spence is a player. Like, they like him. Anthony Hill liked him a lot at linebacker, and now he's up there backing up Colin Simmons at that buck end position. And Brad Spence is a dude. If they need to move him back to linebacker next year, depending on, again, if he has a contract year, he could be up and out after this season. But you think Leonga Lafau, will be back for his senior year. But right now, you're just looking and saying, oh, man, that linebacker room is stacked. And, Pro Football Focus has it as the number 1 linebacker room in the country, which absolutely it is. I think the edge room is as well. I mean, Pro Football Focus says Colin Simmons is the number one defensive end returning in college football. Okay. If everyone's been taking notes, Ethan
Which is
Burke.
interesting.
Huh?
It's interesting because I like the kid at Clemson and I like the kid at South Carolina. And I think they got a little bit more skins on the wall than Colin Simmons, but the lack of reps that Colin Simmons had to have 8 sacks, 9 sacks with those limited reps, that's why he's getting all the attention that he deserves. So, yeah. Yo, if you're Julian Saying and you open up your phone and you see Colin Simmons tag me in a post, what is this? And you go to it, it's just a picture of you congratulating you on the starting spot. Like, what goes through your mind? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're Julian Saying, you're gonna be like, okay, I hope I'm ready, but Julian Saying, welcome to the show, dog. Congratulations, bro. Congratulations on the starting spot. This is a big moment for you. Life-changing, the whole family's hype. You are the Ohio State, the Ohio State quarterback.
Wow. What's wrong with you?
I'm just looking out for Julian Saying. I'm congratulating Julian Saying. This is a big day for him and his family. He needs to enjoy it because in 12 days, it could be hell for him. It could be hell. I hope he enjoys it now. I hope he goes home, breaks out the champagne or Prosecco, whatever you may choose, whatever your preference is. Hope he has a beautiful girlie. I don't know if he's 21 yet. Even if he's not 21, pop bottles, enjoy it. It's college. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? If you need to get some Miller Lite or something like that, get that too, whatever your preference is. But enjoy it. Enjoy the fruits of your labor. He's worked so hard for this starting position because in 12 days, all that could come crashing down very badly. Like it could change that quick. Where you were on this high and you could be lower than dirt. I'm just trying to, this is therapy Zay coming out. This is Zay as Julian Saying's therapist, bro. Enjoy your life now. It is fun. Take your girl out, your mama, call your little brother, the whole family. Uncle Jerome. If Julian Saying has an Uncle Jerome, let Uncle Jerome hold about $50 this week. Just because you're feeling good. You're the starter. Let Uncle Jerome hold about 50. Don't worry about him paying you back because you weren't going to get that money anyway. And enjoy being the starter this week because August 30th could be one of the worst days of your life, Julian Saying. It could be. It could be. I'm just speaking fact. I just want them to prepare for what could be.
Hey, speaking of guys who went from their worst day of their life, how about old Quinn Ewers, huh?
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers goes from 5 of 18 and 2 fumbles in his NFL preseason debut to, I believe he was at one point 5 of 8 with 2 touchdowns against those Detroit Lions. So Quinn Ewers, nice bounce back.
Yeah. Yeah. That
threw a couple of times.
Yeah. That one he threw when he got out the pocket, that was solid. You know, moving to his left, you have to throw back, you know, kind of throw across the field, uncomfortable type of throw. He made it look easy. Then he stepped up in the pocket and really didn't step into the throw at all for that first touchdown. He was just, pocket was collapsing on him, and he stood there like a dog and made a really good throw. So the arm's there. It's just about his health. That's it. Like, if he could get healthy and continue to get better, and listen to everything Mike McDaniel's saying to him, because I know Mike McDaniel, most likely this is the last go for him in South Beach, but he has been solid overall. Like, it's not his fault that Tua's head is made up of donut dough. Like, that's not what can he do with that? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's tough. Like, I can't, it's hard to work when your guy is always hurt. So, and you got crazy ass Tyreek Hill you got to deal with, and all them kids. It's like cheaper by the freaking dozen during family day and stuff. Like, there's a lot of distractions going on in South Beach. So, yeah, I love seeing Quinn Ewers doing this thing. Did you see Gunnar Helms' touchdown?
Woo.
Oh my gosh. Yo, that dude, Gunnar Helm, don't sleep on it.
Don't.
First small rookie type of play right there. That's that dude. Just his catch radius is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And that was a hell of a throw by, I don't know who that quarterback was, but that was a hell of a throw that was only in the place Gunnar Helm could catch it. You got two secondary players all over you, and you still snag that ball. That's what makes Gunnar Helm so special, and someone that I'm sure Cam Ward is going to have a lot of fun playing with, because he's going to need a player like Gunnar Helm. Life's going to be moving really fast for the rookie, just like all rookies. So when you got a big body like Gunnar Helm and just a big target like that, those are those easy passes to complete that help you move the chains. And yeah, Gunnar Helm, we knew he was ready for this moment. That wasn't surprising at all. But yeah, Texas players doing their thing. Well, shout out to Isaiah Bond too. I saw that he got signed by the Cleveland Browns. You know, all that craziness that he had going on off the field. And
yeah, the district attorney's office decided not to go forward with the charges. So, you know, he said, I've learned my lesson and I'm off to play for the Cleveland Browns. Thank you. He thanked Jimmy Haslam over and over again for giving him that chance. And so Isaiah Bond now trying to make something happen with the Cleveland Browns. But real quick on Gunnar Helm, he caught all four of his targets against the Falcons. The Titans won 23-20. He caught his touchdown from Brandon Allen, 25-yard touchdown pass from Brandon Allen. So, yeah, Gunnar Helm, baby.
yeah, Andrew Makuba got a pick six against Dylan Gabriel, a little Texas OU crime right there. That's Oklahoma Dylan Gabriel. That ain't Oregon Dylan Gabriel. That's Oklahoma Dylan Gabriel. Anytime he makes a mistake, oh, that's that Sooner in him. Anytime he does well, that's that Duck in him, or even that Knight in him, going back to his UCF days. You could even say that. But, yeah,
well,
real good.
It was crazy because Gabriel threw a pass. He had two receivers in the area. The tight end, who was actually in front of Makuba, could have caught the ball, but he thought the pass was intended for someone else. He let it go, and Makuba snatched it.
Horrible.
And took it to the house.
Yeah.
Makuba, that kills me because I wanted the Lions to draft him, man. That was
yeah. Now he'll just probably go on to get a Super Bowl and have a really good career playing for Philly, being a perennial Pro Bowler, winning multiple Super Bowls with Nick Sirianni. Yeah. All because y'all didn't draft him in Detroit, because y'all secondary is just so good. It's just so amazing from last year.
What's wrong with you?
I'm just saying.
Why are you picking these scabs?
I'm just saying. Bounce back year. You heard John Brown on Friday. It's a bounce back year.
I can't. I'm still struggling to get over the NFC Championship game.
Damn, man. Still? How long it's been?
Hey. So Matt Golden He did not play in the Packers preseason win over the Colts. That tells you they already consider him a starter.
Yeah. Like
Jaden Blue, he's making a case to be the starting running back.
What I say. Rookie of the year, Jaden Blue, bounce back year, Cowboys, 12-5, 11-6, NFC East title, NFC championship, gets your Lions in Dallas. You're there. You and Eleanor sitting in the stands watching Dak pick apart your Lions. Every time he's going to touchdown, he going to point at you in the stands. The biggest Dak hater of all time, Chip Brown, he going to point at you. Chip, that's for you. Jaden Blue, 186 yards on the ground.
You are killing me.
I'm having fun on this Monday. It's a good Monday. I can't even front. It's a beautiful Monday. Football's in the air. I'm feeling good.
Hey, I was in the building. It was bittersweet when the Lions beat the Cowboys 47-9 last year.
Golly.
It was bittersweet because Aiden Hutchinson went down in that game.
That's dark.
So you couldn't even enjoy the 47-9 beatdown. They were running trick plays left and right in that game, the Lions.
Very cool.
You know what I'm saying?
That's the thing with the Lions. Y'all are disrespectful. I love y'all. Y'all are a fun type.
Yeah, but Ben Johnson's in Chicago now. He took that stuff to Chicago.
Yo, preseason don't mean a damn thing. Cam Williams had a drive yesterday where it was like, Caleb, excuse me. Thank you. Caleb. It was promising, to say the least. Now, Patrick, what's wrong with a brother being happy, bro? What's wrong with a brother being optimistic? I'm just thinking of Jaden Blue's success.
Because you're dropping bombs on my Lions.
Ain't nobody dropping bombs. Maybe a little grenade or two. Bomb?
Just a grenade.
just a grenade.
Not a missile.
Bomb? Yeah.
Just a grenade.
Just a grenade. Ain't nothing crazy. Smoke bomb. Just a little crazy. Not a little crazy, but
a little smoke bomb.
Yeah. I just want Jaden Blue to have success, man. I love Jaden Blue. I like a good underdog story. And Jaden Blue needs that. Our boy Stretch Smith dragging him through the mud. Remember that? Shout out to Stretch, man. Stretch said, one of the sources said, Jaden Blue lazy. What? Lazy? Come on, man. Ain't nothing more disrespectful to a professional athlete than being called lazy. I does this for a living.
Hey.
My life is not being lazy. You calling me that? Cool. He got a big-ass fat head type poster of Glenn Stretch Smith on his wall at one of his beautiful Dallas apartments. All receipts. We keeping all receipts this year.
Hey. Jahdae Barron had 4 tackles.
Oh, that dude, he loves that.
Alfred Collins, he's been he did not play in the win over the Raiders, or no recorded stats, sorry. Vernon Broughton had a fumble recovery.
Good for him.
Against the Jaguars. 2 tackles and a fumble recovery. Hayden Connor left the preseason game against Denver with a knee injury.
Yeah.
That's a bummer. Baron Sorrell had a tackle for the Packers in the win over the Colts.
And saw Jalen Ford had a pick.
Oh, Jalen Ford.
Jalen Ford. Yeah.
Let's go. Is he still playing for the Saints?
He is.
That's good.
Yeah. Oh, Longhorns representing in the NFL, man. All these Steve Sarkisian guys, They're representing. I saw the Seahawks. They put out a tweet because the Chiefs were in Seattle for this one of these last preseason games, and Xavier Worthy and Byron Murphy were chopping it up and flexing for the gram and stuff. So very tight knit. That culture, that bond that all these guys had being here in Austin, Texas, they know what it means and they know what they represent by being in the NFL. And it's a beautiful thing to see because we haven't seen it very often. Like there was a time where we didn't see that. And now it seems like every team has multiple Texas players. So good for those guys.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's get a couple mentions in here and we'll get going towards the commentary. Hey, Cover 3. All night happy hour tonight at Cover 3. You've got you got great food. You've got the $7 social hour menu, the firecracker shrimp, the bacon deviled eggs, $7. You got the big chicken slider on that $7 social hour menu, so you can eat like a king or queen for next to nothing and hang out with your friends, enjoy great service, great drinks. The Cover 3 Press, love that drink. It's like a day at the spa in a glass. The Chop House Burger, Texas Monthly calls it one of the best in the state of Texas. Who doesn't love a great burger? And the Chop House is a great burger. So Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, go check it out. All night happy hour at Cover 3. In the Sleep Cycle Center. Listen, guys, if you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person next to you. And you've got a great opportunity right now to take advantage of this incredible partnership that we have between Texas Sports Unfiltered and the Sleep Cycle Center. Dr. Chad Denman has committed his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. He's got the best technology to determine the level of sleep apnea and all of the treatment options, including oral appliances like the mouth guard I have that holds my lower jaw open while I sleep. You tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, and they're going to take $100 off of your sleep study. So this is a deal. We're talking about getting checked, guys. Dion had, bladder cancer. You got to go in for that physical. You got to do the blood work. We have the heart hospital here. You can go get a heart scan for $99. Tell you, if you have any calcium blocking an artery. Like these are things you can do to protect yourself. Get yourself, get the colonoscopy. But get that physical and go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. And hey, our man, Tom McKay, he's ready for you. If you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, like if your big screen isn't big enough to make you feel like you're on the sideline at the game, then it's probably time to call Tom at 255-8678. Area code 512, of course. But he's going to bring you the lowest price on big screens. And look, you got other things to do. You don't need to be lugging 80-inch screens around town in a truck, hitting potholes, punching holes in your drywall. Just let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You call 255-8678. Tom and his crew will bring you the big screen, the surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. Got you covered. 255-8678 or visit avconsultations.com. And please give your love and business to all these incredible sponsors around our faces, because they make it possible for us to broadcast to you each and every day. Leaf Landscape Supply, OLIPOP, McCall Custom Homes, Woods Comfort Systems, 34 Wine and Spirits, Centex Tickets, Cobra Bee Cave, Altstadt Brewery. Love them all. All right, Zay. Obviously we came into the show talking about Julian Sayin being named the quarterback at Ohio State, the redshirt freshman who got into 4 games last year, completed 5 of 12 passes, had a touchdown, no picks, and ran a couple times for 24 yards. And Colin Simmons saw the announcement by Ohio State and posted the photo of Julian Sayin on his Instagram feed with no other words, just Julian Sayin wearing that number 10 jersey. And that's going to be a heck of a deal. But yeah, Colin, and that his Instagram is CO1 instead of the LIN Simmons. That's his Instagram handle. It's different on Twitter, but his Instagram handle, where this photo is on his feed, is CO1 IN Simmons. And that's gonna be fun. Yeah. That's gonna be fun to watch.
Somebody on Twitter says that Julian Sayin looks like Adam Scott from Severance. I don't see it. They're just white to me. I don't see it, but I don't know.
I haven't seen that show. I need to watch that show.
I need to watch that show too. I've heard good things. But you know who Adam Scott is, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see. They're just yeah. Maybe the hair. I don't know.
Okay, so I asked Sark about the field goal kicking in the scrimmage on Saturday, and he was like, it was pretty good. Then he said we had 1s and 2s and then he's like, we had a block. We now know it was Hero Canoe. And Sark was happy about that because, remember, they didn't have any punt blocks last year. It sounds like they're going to be aggressive this year. They're going to try and block kicks. They're going to try and block punts. And they blocked a field goal. So not quite sure what to make of that. But I think if we're listing concerns, because that was really kind of the last full contact scrimmage of the training camp, because this week they'll do some more walkthrough type stuff as opposed to, I'm sure they'll have a thud period, where you're tackling but not to the ground. You're just wrapping up on Tuesday, tomorrow. But for the most part, the heavy lifting physically is wrapping up. And now you're treating this week like a game week. So, you'll be doing a walkthrough there toward the end of the week. And so if we're kind of putting a bow on some things, like the thing you probably feel most confident about in this chip shot today is the defensive front, the secondary, the defense, period. Like Sark's saying he's got 15 or 16 starters on defense. You're like, okay, there is no doubt. And then if you're listing out the concerns, for sure the depth on the offensive line is a concern. They cannot afford another injury to an offensive tackle. And, it's going to be a tightrope walk. You got depth at running back. You got depth at receiver, tight end. But the lack of depth on the offensive line, and I would even say quarterback, because we don't know what's going on behind Arch Manning. Sark has been reluctant to throw some sugar at Trey Owens. So we're going to, and I said this would go to the end and they're going to push Trey Owens to fight scratch and claw. So this is not a big surprise.
He didn't have to say who Santana Wilson got the interception on.
I said that to Eric.
Say that.
I was like, he doesn't normally volunteer that. And he did. He said, there was a turnover on Saturday. Santana Wilson picked off Trey Owens.
Yo, Sark petty as hell for that, man. If I'm Trey Owens, I'm hot, but this might be that coaching tactic to motivate Trey Owens. Like, yo, step it the hell up. What are you doing? We're trying to give you a kick in the rear here to allow you to take. You got to take it. We're not giving it to you, but we're putting you in all these situations possible to snatch that QB2 spot. And it seems like Trey Owens just isn't doing it. And that's odd, man. I did not see that coming when we were talking about this in February or March. Like, that Sark didn't have to say. He could have said Santana Wilson has been busting his ass and he had a big-time interception today, period. That's it. He didn't have to go on to say, yeah, Santana picked off Trey Owens. Like, just picked his ass off, blind. Got him. Horrible throw. Now, he didn't say all that, but if I'm Trey Owens, that's how I'm taking it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not. I think Trey's going to be okay because he's had some great moments in practice. It's just they're not throwing the sugar his way to keep him going. So you got him and Matt Caldwell behind Arch. Everyone wants Arch to stay healthy. But I think Trey Owens would be he rises to the occasion. That's my take on it. We'll see. But yeah, that in the field goal kicking. So offensive line, depth at quarterback, and the field goal kicking. I don't know what was going on. There was Shipley hit 2 field goals at the end of the 2-minute drives in scrimmage number 1. So I was like trying to see how that worked out in scrimmage number 2. And Sark was like, it was pretty good. We did have one blocked. So I don't know what was going on there. Because we need my man, Mason Shipley, Mr. Even Keel. We need that story to have that Hollywood ending. Because he had a perfect year 2 years ago. 15 of 15. That's like every field goal kicker's dream there at Texas State. So, but, pressure in the Sun Belt versus pressure in the SEC for a team that's ranked number 1. Different world. But I know part of the reason they recruited him is because he had to fight and scratch and claw to get to the job. And he was behind guys like Jake Bates, who's now the kicker for the Lions. I mean, it's not like he was behind some scrubs. And then when he got his chance, he killed it. So I put that one in the pile of concerns reluctantly. I'm not sure that we're there yet, but those would be the 3s, eh?
Okay. Yeah, I like Mason Shipley's story. Him and his brother both kicking at the same high school. His brother gets a gig and a scholarship. Mason does.
And they had like virtually the same stats.
So are they just like...
But his brother, Matthew, went to a camp that Mason couldn't go to. So he had some scheduling conflict, and Matthew had a good camp. Hawaii offered him, and away he went. And he spent 3 years at Hawaii. Then he spent a year at Arkansas. And meanwhile, Mason's like having to wait a full year. Then he went to Oklahoma State where he didn't play. And then he went to Texas State where it looked like he was also not going to play, almost gave up, but then won the job and had 2 excellent years. And now he's got this opportunity. So, yeah.
Okay.
I think he'll be all right. But
and I'm just glad he's married. I'm glad he's married. He ain't gonna be out 6th Street, West 6, the Domain, going down to San Marcos to hit the square. I ain't trying to hear none of that. What Mason Shipley, like old Sideshow Burt, was doing during his time here in the ATX. I need a stable, very laid back, introvert type of kicker. I don't need all that extra stuff because when it's time to make the kick, where your mind really at? So now they got to deal with that in South Beach with Burt. Hopefully, Mason Shipley come in, just be solid. Just be solid. That's all. Just be solid.
Yeah, his wife's name is Montana. That's a cool name.
Yeah, good for her. Yeah,
Montana.
Massage his feet. Montana massage his foot. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the money maker. When he comes home, I'm like, baby, you rub my feet for me. I got you. Let me go get the baby oil. Well, not the Diddy baby oil, but like the normal stuff.
Remember when John Brown told us he would have his boys rub his feet when they were kids?
Yeah, that was crazy. That's foul. That's abusing the parenting right there.
He got Equinemius to come on the air with us and confirm it.
Yeah, John was wilding. John was abusing the parenting right there. CC, if you're listening, thank you for not ever letting me touch those bunions and corns that you got going on there. Now it's definitely genetic because your boy's feet are terrible, like Charles Barkley terrible. But I appreciate
you and me both.
Yeah, you got them tennis feet, Lord. Your feet probably all jacked up.
Mangled tree branches.
Yeah. I don't like my feet being touched either. I'm mad ticklish. It's a very uncomfortable feeling for me. But
you're that ticklish?
Oh yeah, I can't do it. Like I don't like massages like that. No, nothing. Can't do it.
Well, and real quick before we get to the right call, easily the best news coming out of the first scrimmage or second scrimmage was Steve Sarkisian saying that he can ramp it up with CJ Baxter, that he went from being cautious, overly cautious. He said he was going to be overly cautious and patient, but because of CJ Baxter's performance in camp, he's ready to speed that up. And as you mentioned earlier in the show, Zay, he's got him 1A, 1B with Quintravian Wisner. I've heard good things about Christian Clark as well. So you've got a talented running back room with depth. Jared Gibson's in there, James Simon. So that's big news. That's big news that Steve Sarkisian said he told CJ Baxter, hey, I was going to be cautious with you, but you're showing me that you're ready to go.
That's right.
We're going to speed things up. And CJ said, good, let's go.
Yeah. Sark's on that. If Texas softball didn't win the Natty stuff, that's probably how he'd be thinking. The fact that Texas softball won the Natty, CJ Baxter saw what Mia Scott did, his woman, which is put on an absolute show with a torn ACL. That extra motivation, that did something to CJ. How can you not be inspired? How can you not be motivated from seeing your woman who's had your back, has been by your side during the rehab process of the LCL and PCL, and then she goes out there and brings the first ever national championship home to Texas softball? How can you not feel that? Where CJ Baxter probably said, yo, it's on and popping this year. I got to show that I'm one of them ones too, just like my woman. And I'm sure me and Scott telling them that every day. Like, hey, you one of them ones, just like me. I wouldn't have chose you if you didn't have what I had in me, that heart, that passion. You know what I'm saying? CJ Baxter, take that. Take that. Let it. Anything that me and Scott can give CJ Baxter, take it, CJ. Please take that national championship mojo, relish it, and go out and thrive, my brother. Because that's one of my favorite stories, Chip. You know I love that story. You know I love. Mia Scott, CJ Baxter, it doesn't get much more beautiful than that. So I wish the best for CJ Baxter. Obviously, Mia Scott doing her thing, playing pro softball now. Like, they're both amazing human beings. And I love hearing that CJ Baxter has exceeded Sark's expectations. Like, that's amazing. That's too cool.
Yeah. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Got some good stuff for the right call today. A couple of videos for y'all. But before that, though, got to give a shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Y'all know Wifey and I, Covert Bee Cave people, just watched the Buick Encore GX earlier this morning, and a nice shiny for Wifey to go. She's ready. We're loving it, and y'all could be like us too. Family owned and operated for 100 years. They've been doing it at Covert and Covert Bee Cave. They are the best. If you want to see the type of inventory that they have, the latest specials, go to covertbeecave.com and check that out there. 7 terrific brands to choose from: GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, and of course, Buick. The hospitality was terrific. Never felt pressured. Never felt like, oh, these guys, they're trying to steal one off on me. No, not at all. My man Daniel was great. Marcus Jerome and the rest of the team, absolutely magnificent. So again, go to covertbeecave.com, check them out before you go to the lot and see what they have to offer. But when you get there, you'll be more than pleased. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, a couple of funny videos today for the right call that I got to throw at you and the people, both Texas football influenced. First off, Texas football, they put out a video. I don't know if they put it out on X, but I think they put it out on their TikTok and Instagram. And there's a trend that's been going on for the last year or so where social media teams, they will find old photos of players and then they will catch them off guard while filming them. They're like, hey, excuse me, Arch, can you sign this for me? And then they'll hand them an old photo of themselves from back in the day. And the guys usually have a good kick about it. Check it out.
Can you please sign this for me?
Oh my gosh.
I don't remember. What? Where y'all find this from?
Oh gosh. Oh
No!
Oh, I've seen this.
That's so bad.
Let's see it. Around the jersey.
Second grade prom. Oh God, oh my goodness. Y'all planning on picture of school, huh?
But where y'all find this at? Where y'all get this at though?
Don't worry about it.
Oh my gosh. Freshman year.
Wow.
Wow, this is great. You all sign this for you?
I gotta know because I don't even remember this picture myself. How old was I? What the hell? Where you? Oh my God, bro.
Show the camera.
This is child. My freshman year of high school. Bro, there's no way. I'm not showing y'all this. Hey, Big 23. You see the 23?
Yep.
Shout out Brian. Shout out Big Brian right there. Man, where you guys even find this? This is on my mom's Facebook. I'm taking this video. Keeping this confidential.
That's funny.
Isn't that hilarious?
That's
Like,
funny.
I love Michael Taft signing his name Justin Bieber because that hair, man, that hair was bonkers. And
Yeah, so Zay just showed a video compilation of all these Texas football players being asked to sign a picture of themselves from earlier in their lives, and it was funny. Some of them were more like the Jonah Williams with his hair all long, like on the beach.
That had to be a wig, man. That
That's
kind of
crazy.
real. Ain't no way that was his hair once upon a time. But
So you can check that out on Texas Football Instagram.
yeah, their Instagram or maybe their TikTok too. I don't know, but they got that there. All right, this video, it's a little longer, but bear with me here. So this is why NIL is awesome. So this is a partnership with Sonic and Terry Crews. You know Terry Crews, white shit. He was the dad for Chris Rock on Everybody Hates Chris, you know, big ass black dude, funny guy.
Used to play football.
Used to play football, exactly. That's why this whole video makes sense, because he's doing a spoof where he's teaching an acting class to athletes or football players that are trying to become actors. In this video is Michael Taft, Ryan Wingo, Colin Simmons, and Texas A&M's Ruben Owens and Marcel Reed. So all 5 of those guys are in this video with Terry Crews, and it's pretty freaking funny. Check it out.
Hello, gentlemen. My name is Terry Crews. Endorsements mean you actually have to be good on camera. That's where I come in. Who's ready to emote?
Let's do it.
Sally sells seasoned Sonic Smashers by the seashore. When I was just a professional football player, I was cocky about this acting stuff too.
Sally sells Sonic.
How hard could it be?
Sally sells seasoned Sonic snack. Wait.
Then we got our hands dirty. They started trusting the process. I want to see prey eyes, and I'm gonna give you predator eyes.
All right.
Huh? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Wow. You know, Marcel's prey eyes were really convincing. I felt like he was really scared. What? Whoa. Look at this. Beer. No. Break. There we go. Yeah. Oh, it was all clicking. They were starting to act. I have some practice burgers for you. Show the burger. Let's hold it. Oh, you're squeezing way too tight. See that bun? Oh my God, be gentle. Hold it like your girlfriend. Good. Oh, hey, look at that. You held it too loose. You dropped the burger. Now we're in overtime. There we go. Yes. Good job. Now they're ready for real burger work. A little too much on the bite. Make sure you get enough, but not too much. Remember, it's about the burger.
The burger good.
Yes, it is. I know it's delicious, but it's gotta be believable. It was a little too delicious.
It was too believable?
It was, well, not too believable. It was a little too unbelievable.
Okay.
And smile. Yeah, yes. We're finding it. We are finding it. It was like these big, strong men had dug down to the depth of their souls. You got it, Ryan.
Come on, Smash. You got something none of us have. Hand smash Angus beef and hope.
Sonic Smasher. Is that you, my brother? What's it been? About 20 years? You look good. Beefy.
This is who I am, Dad. You can't change me. You want me to study business, but my passion lies in perfectly seasoned hand smash Angus beef. Why can't you love me like I love the Sonic Smasher?
Michael, tell me, man, where did that come from?
I felt like my dad didn't love me as much as the Sonic Smasher.
That is exactly what we all felt. Ryan Wingo! And here is your turtleneck and your diploma, sir. Colin Simmons, come on over here, get your diploma. Marcel Reed, come on up, Ruben. And Michael Taub, diploma. There we go. Are we ready? You got it? You guys are now actors. They're no longer just athletes, and they're more than just actors. They're like athletes. No, wait, athlors. So if you're a company looking for athletes to act in your commercials, give me a call. I've got 5 guys I'd highly recommend.
That's good. I mean, I got to find out when they recorded that.
Right? Because, you know, if I'm Marcel Reed, I'm looking at these guys and vice versa, but especially Marcel Reed. You guys made my life hell on that night of November last year. So I get it. Do what you can for the paper. This is why NIL is here. Make that money. But Buki Taft picked off Marcel Reed last year. Colin Simmons, I'm sure, love to take down Marcel Reed 3 or 4 times on that Friday in November coming up this season. But yeah, I like those guys showing their acting chops a little bit. You know, Colin Simmons, he looked like he was going to laugh the whole time. Like, you could tell he can't act. Buki Taft, he was pretty good. Ryan Wingo, he was all right. But it was overall, it was funny. It was funny. Like, I appreciate that. Like,
Poor Ruben Owens, he kind of got they made him say the Sally sells, she sells by the seashore part of it, and he muffed it all up, and then he never got another on-screen moment.
I mean, it was only like 3 minutes. It wasn't that long. Not everybody is gonna get, you know, big time and stuff. But no, I appreciate that. I don't know why just A&M and Texas guys, that's what Sonic was focusing on. But hey, I ain't mad at it. It's just interesting that those were the guys that they chose. I've always loved Terry Crews, man. I've always thought he was hilarious.
Well, and they're all getting paid by Sonic, so that's good.
No,
you know, little Skrilla.
Little Skrilla
from Sonic. That's right.
You know, maybe some ice cream, slushy, free slushies for everybody.
Michael Taft emoting to a cheeseburger about why his dad doesn't love him as much as he loves the Sonic Smash Burger. It was good.
It was good. Yeah.
I mean, Texas's social media game is high right now.
As it should be.
Yeah. I mean, these videos they're putting together of Austin, there's no place you'd rather be. It's I mean, it's just like Chamber of Commerce stuff with all the drone shows, all the highlights. I mean, it's pretty solid.
Well, I've lived here basically my whole life, so obviously I know what to expect, but I never knew what other people's thoughts and perceptions were on Austin. And then you heard Steve Sarkisian talk about when he first got the job, and he was like, or when he was trying to get the job, and he was like, yeah, being in Tuscaloosa, anything like that, I don't think I could do it. And then him and L'Oreal started Googling the ATX, and they realized, oh, damn, this city kind of popping. So
right, he thought it was tumbleweeds.
Yeah, he thought it was just an old, small Texas town, like an actual college town, hell, like College Station.
Lubbock.
Yeah, Lubbock. And he was more than wrong. So I get why they put all those videos out of, you know, showing the ATX and the different things that you could do, not just from the University of Texas. And I think it's a brilliant marketing and recruiting move.
Okay, so Sonic is based in Oklahoma?
Yeah.
All right.
Which they know, like, they can't go get John Mateer's ass and stuff. They can't get those guys. They ain't got nobody in Oklahoma. Who the hell is Oklahoma State's quarterback? I don't even know what they got going on. Like, they ain't gonna get those guys. That's a waste of time. But
Okay. Yeah,
But yeah,
Sonic's
I mean,
based in
Sonic
Oklahoma
is-
City.
yeah. They also
Good
got
stuff.
Brahms too, which I love Brahms. Every time I'm in
Oh, yeah.
Dallas.
Ice cream?
Yeah, Brahms ice cream. The burgers are solid too. Like I've been wanting the Brahms and the ATX for years, but that ain't happening.
What's the closest one?
Hillsboro.
Hillsboro.
I drive to Dallas
Right there on I-35.
around
All right.
35. Yeah.
Let's open up the gym. Patrick and Matt. What up, fellas?
What's up, guys?
How you doing, man? We're 12 days away? 12 days away?
12 days away.
Colt McCoy days away from football.
Man, I
Colt
can't.
McCoy days away. The jersey you'll never see on the field again.
I did my first fantasy football draft last night, and it's just now I'm fully in where I'm too excited now.
Yeah. That fancy draft, I'll do it for you.
That'll get you in there.
I'll get
It
you in
gets
there.
Yeah. So I'm over the edge now. So now I just have to wait. I'm gonna be way too excited for Iowa State Kansas. Like I'm way too excited for a Big 12 game to start.
I know.
In Ireland, Big 12.
5 days away.
5 days away from that. I cannot wait.
All right, fellas. Have a great show. We'll see you tomorrow.
See y'all tomorrow. Welcome in to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI, as we're getting closer and closer to football season. I cannot wait. Matt, you just got back from having a little vacation, a little R&R before the madness hits. How was the vacation this weekend?
It was great, man. We were just down in Destin enjoying some beach life. Went on a little dolphin cruise. Just sitting with our toes in the sand, drinking some seltzers, drinking some beers, having a couple margaritas. All that good stuff. It was a good time, man. I'm refreshed and ready to tackle the season.
That's good. I'm glad you're rested and relaxed. I house sat for a friend on Saturday because they were at the beach. And so everyone was at the beach, and I was in Austin. I was like, I have a pool in the backyard. I can't be too upset about it, but I do. I need to get out to the beach at some point. I'll try and sneak out there at some point when all the rates go down. That's what I try and sneak out there. What's up, CB in the chat? Remember, you guys are the third member of Open Gym. If you want to join the conversation, Facebook, Twitch, X, and of course on YouTube and over on the text line 512-222-9328.
We got pretty lucky because it was like this. It was the weekend after school starts for all the kids, so the prices kind of went down a little bit. Beaches weren't too crowded, so it was the perfect time.
Yeah, that's when to do it, man. That's when to have a good old time out there. Getting ready for it. I found this out, Matt, and I really am curious, and I wish I could poll my neighbors about this, but I realized this morning. Last night I was doing stuff, and there was I was at a friend's house doing the fantasy draft, and I came back, and we missed trash last week. We forgot to put it out last Sunday, and our trash comes on Monday. So, like, we're overflowing on everything. It was like, okay. And I pushed it out, and then I pushed our recycling out because I swear I saw someone else's recycling. But maybe I did, maybe I didn't. And then I came home, and they hadn't got recycling. I was like, I only see, like, half the houses have recycling out, though. So, like, I see a lot that don't. So I went and looked on, like, the schedule, and it's like, oh, it's not a recycle. It's every other week for us. So it's not the right week. Mm-hmm. And I was trying to figure out, was I the trendsetter or was I just someone who fell for the trend? And I want to find out if it was like, no, is there like, do I see like 10 other recycling bins out right now just because they saw me and thought I knew something that no one else knew? Or was I just another person who fell for someone else just putting out the recycling? It was just like, screw it, put it out.
Yeah, I think you probably just fell for it.
I think that's what it is.
My dad has this really good system where because my parents live in Austin as well. He has this really good system where he puts if it's recycling, like if it's the recycling week, he puts the recycling can in front of the trash can so that he remembers that it's recycling week. And then after the recycling gets taken, he puts the recycling bin behind the trash can so he knows that it's the off week.
There you go.
So yeah, that's the way.
That's a good. That's a good way. Or you could just be like me, who again doesn't remember anything unless it's written down. That just has to look on the webpage over and over and over again, and then just be like typing your ads like okay, and like it's just my phone is like, no, I know what you're looking for. I know you're an idiot and you're asking what they're picking up today. But yeah, so now I just have a overflowing recycling because now we missed the one of, so now it's 4 weeks of recycling. And maybe there were some beers drinking in the backyard. So it's getting a little bit full back there now. But we'll get it done before football season because that's important to get it all wrapped up and cleaned up before football season. So then we can just focus on what's important. We do set up some TVs by the pool sometimes too. So you watch some games in the pool is set up there, trying to set up the best sports bar we can do at our own house to try and make it affordable. Matt, it was a big weekend on the 40 acres. They did their second scrimmage. We've got a bunch of Sark audio to cut from that as well. I know even though you're on vacation, you've heard some of the pieces and the takeaways from that scrimmage. It seemed like we are getting the path of it being less about less just the defense completely dominating the offense, and the offense is starting to get a little bit better and a little bit more in there. So that's where I think we're getting closer and closer to that world. But it did feel like a little bit more of a matchup this week than it did last week.
Yeah, you heard good things about the offensive line, which I think is the most important part right off the bat. They fared a lot better against the Texas defensive line this time around, which is good. Arch Manning apparently looked fantastic. Hit a couple nice throws. Ryan Wingo had a great week. Had a great scrimmage. And it's nice to see that they're making the progress that you expect them to make. And this is something that we talked about last week as well. After the first scrimmage, it was just the first scrimmage. These things are they're gonna adjust. They're gonna go back to the drawing board. The more that they go up against each other, the better they're gonna be. The better they're gonna get as camp goes on. And it seems like that was kind of the case. And it's really encouraging, specifically about the offensive line holding up a lot better in this scrimmage than they did in the previous scrimmage. And some of the things that Sark said today, which I'm sure we'll get into a little bit about, some of the offensive linemen like Neto Umeazulu was really encouraging. So all good things there to hear about the offense for sure.
Yeah, because that's where we want to get to a little bit more and more with this Texas team is you want to make sure that offense is rolling because it's going to be tough when you get into Ohio State and everything going on in that piece. That's when we're going to get a lot more trouble. And so it's nice to hear that the progress is going where it wants to be. Sark did talk about what the plan is this week. This is basically their mock week. This is the week where they start to get players ready for going back to school so that it is not a huge shock next week. So it's basically a fake game week this week. So they'll basically prepare as if they're going to school and then going to a game to then play a game on Saturday. Then they'll do like the last little kind of game plan scrimmage thing on Saturday. Then we'll go to the actual game week. They've talked a little bit about preparing for Ohio State as well. We know Ohio State has now named their quarterback in Julian Sayin. So we now have an idea of what they are going to be bringing against us. You can game plan a little bit more and more for Sark now, which, he loves. I'm sure he's like, yeah, we'll prepare for the fifth string quarterback. And at this point, Sark has to be preparing for backup quarterbacks a little bit more, knowing that he lost to Georgia with a backup quarterback. You lose that horrible Oklahoma game that you should have beaten them when Caleb Williams came in.
Yeah.
Like, there's just too many of these games now where you're like, you were playing great football, and then the quarterback goes out, and the backup quarterback terrorizes you, that Sark is probably starting to be like, we just have a coach who just prepare for the backup. Let us get it. Is there any game film, high school film, anything we can go look at to see possibly what this guy can do?
Well, that's something that's specifically relevant here as well, because Lincoln Kienholz is the backup, and he's got a fairly similar skill set to that of Gunnar Stockton, where he uses his legs a lot, and he's a runner. So, Julian Sayin won the job, but if he comes out and throws a couple picks, maybe they make a change early on in the game or something like that. You never know what might happen. So, I would imagine that Sark is preparing all the way down the list for these quarterbacks because he doesn't want a recreation of what happened in that SEC championship game for sure.
No, I don't think it's so disappointing when you prepare so much for something and then all the script changes and you got to go with the flow at that point, and he just wasn't quite ready for it. On either of those occasions, it didn't feel like Texas was fully ready for what was happening. Let's get to a little Sark audio, so we'll talk a little bit more about the scrimmage and the week of practice and all of that as we get through this audio. There is a ton of it, so we'll see how much we can get through. But he basically talked to the media on Saturday and again today. So I have audio from both. And so we'll kind of cut between the two and piece it together of everything he said over the last 3 days. But here is Sark on Saturday breaking down what he saw from the scrimmage on Saturday.
To get it started, I was really proud of our players this week in their approach to things that we wanted to improve upon. And, last week we were really not very good from an operational standpoint offensively. Pre-snap penalties, illegal procedures, illegal formations. Thought we did a much better job of that today. I think we had 2. I think last week we might have had 10, 11 of them. So only have 2 of those. I thought was really good. I thought the receiving core had a really nice day. Ryan was back really going. Wingo looked great. DeAndre, Dalen McCutcheon, I thought, Kalik Lockett made some plays today. So that was really encouraging on that front. I think the depth at running back continues to show itself, and I thought that Cedric continues to grow and improve. He got more and more reps today, so all that was very encouraging. I thought defensively, the front continues to play at a high level from a pass rush standpoint and in the run game. I think the one thing we'll critique the defense on, but naturally we're proud of the offense. I think there was 1 turnover today, and that one came on a fumbled exchange from center to quarterback. And so I think we had some more opportunities to create turnovers defensively. We just didn't quite do it the way we would have liked. But I thought the defense did a really nice job in the red zone, much better than we were last week. And we got a lot of really good kicking work done. Will kicked the ball off extremely well from a kick coverage standpoint. But we'll look at the other facets of special teams that I can really dig into the particulars. But all in all, for the last 2.5 weeks, our guys have been working and training and grinding to improve individually, to help us improve collectively, whether that's offense, defense, special teams. And I think anybody who was just watching today's level of intensity, physicality, and speed was much different than it was a week ago. And so that's great growth for us.
So there's Sark talking about the scrimmage after it on Saturday, mentioning a lot of different things, the physical and intensity as they start to ramp up and get a little bit more into the season, getting closer to the season. You saw that. But, yeah, the big piece, and we'll talk about it here for the next 10 minutes probably because there's a lot of audio on it, is pre-snap. And that was a huge piece we got out of last year. Last week, the offensive line was not necessarily ready. It's the biggest worry that I probably have going into this game. Is, are you going to dig yourself a hole? Are you going to slow everything down? Is everyone going to be in your head? Are you going to let the crowd get into it because they're getting pre-snap penalties? And, Sark talks about it. We'll play a couple different clips, but that's kind of, you love to hear that they started to work on that because outside of the scrimmage of, you did pretty good. The offense started getting back. We saw some explosive plays. We fixed a lot of the stuff on the pre-snap, and that's the big piece you want to start with.
Yeah, I mean that's critical to the offensive line's cohesion. It's critical to the offense staying on schedule. You don't want to come out on your first possession of the game and have a false start on the first play from somebody who hasn't really seen that kind of environment before. So you want to be able to work on that stuff as much as you possibly can. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure you've seen this video, Patrick, but back when Michigan went to the whiteout against Penn State and they came out and they were playing Mo Bamba and everything was going crazy, and Shea Patterson had never really started a game in that environment before for Michigan, former Ole Miss quarterback Shea Patterson, by the way. And he had to call a timeout before they even snapped the ball, before the first snap of the game. You don't want that kind of stuff to happen. You want to be able to come out and be ready to go and just, run your offense. And it's very important that they've worked on that stuff. And it sounds like it's gotten a lot better, which is very encouraging, but it'll be a lot different come game time on August 30th.
Yeah, because you talk about it, really go, all right, you pick up a first down, you're feeling pretty good. You run the ball, and it's a 2-yard gain. You throw a little screen pass to try and get something going. It's 3rd and 3, very manageable. And then false start. It's 3rd and 8.
Mm-hmm.
Illegal motion. 3rd and 15. And you're like, okay, now we're out of field goal range. We're not anywhere. Now we got to punt the ball. The crowd's going absolutely nuts. And we were completely dominating. As we just moved the ball twice, two first downs and get down. And the momentum completely changed for nothing really football related on the plays. And those types of things is what you really have to worry about. Sark also then was asked later about the pre-snap and being ready and how he's kind of trying to get his team a little bit more ready for being executing perfectly pre-snap.
Yeah, again, for oddly enough, we do it pretty well on the road. And I think that's the mental intensity and focus. They know they have to be really dialed because of the crowd noise, the timing of the cadence, things of that nature. And so naturally, you guys heard me say it 1,000 times, you get what you emphasize as a coach. And so, I was kicking myself last Saturday because I probably wasn't hard enough on some of the pre-snap things in practice. And then it reared its ugly head in the scrimmage. And so, hey, I made it a real point this week. And they were probably like, Coach Sark's being a jerk. Well, I'm being a jerk for the best interest of them so that they can perform. And, again, I think you get what you emphasize. I want to make sure we were cleaned up pre-snap. Well, the byproduct of that, I think we had 2 procedural things today, and that's including 1s, 2s, and 3s. And so the fact that we were able to clean a lot of that stuff up, I think, gives me some confidence that we'll be able to do it here in a couple weeks.
And that's also a big part of it was, all right, you showed me what you wanted me to, what you need to fix, and we're going to go do that. So you can tell even that he's not happy that there was 2. He's not happy that maybe he had to call the plays a little bit differently to not allow it. You do sometimes have to, take away some of the things in your playbook and take another arrow out of that sliver because you're a little worried about it. So you want to be able to say, we're running it really well. Now we can run a guy in motion or we can fake this and we can have Arch call out more audibles and we can do all of these different things that make it feel like just to try and confuse this defense a little bit more to give us an edge. So that piece that he was like, no, I was pissed off. I thought they were ahead of the game and then realized how far behind I was. I think that was a big piece for Sark this week, but it's progress. So if you go from 10 to 2, you're pretty good. Now you want to hear, well, we come out of the next Saturday and we feel like it's better now. Because if now you can't go to 3, you can't stay at 2. You have to go down to 1 or nothing, and that 1 better be on third team.
Yeah, I would have liked to have known where those 2 penalties came, where those 2 issues came. Were they with the third team? Were they with the second team? Were they with the first team? But yeah, I mean, you obviously want to go down from 10 to 2 to 0. It's hard to completely avoid those procedural penalties and those pre-snap things, but the more you minimize them, the better. I mean, we remember last year, Patrick, I don't know how many times, especially early on in the season, you look over and you'd see yellow on the field and who would it be? Cam Williams,
Yep.
Cam Williams false start, Cam Williams this, Cam Williams that. The year before it was the other right tackle, whose name is he's with the Cardinals now, Christian Jones. He had some of those issues as well. So it's been a thing that's been kind of prevalent the last couple of years. You hope that those things kind of work themselves out going into the third scrimmage. But I'm going to say it again. It's going to be a whole lot different doing it in practice and doing it during the scrimmages, and then going into the shoe in Columbus at 11 a.m. crowd, roaring, and these guys in an environment that a lot of them have never seen before, first-time starters all the way across the offensive line outside of DJ Campbell. So, it'll be interesting, but the important part is that they're making progress, and that's promising.
This is the last piece on that. Sark today speaking about pre-snap and working on the team and getting ready for doing it on the road again, where it is going to be a hostile environment.
A much better Saturday. 2 weeks ago, not very good. But again, you kind of lower your expectations on some things going into a first scrimmage, and then. But again, I took a lot of ownership of that because I don't think I emphasized it quite enough. And then we came back this past scrimmage and did a great job with it, which is encouraging. Naturally, here the next 2 weeks, we got to really start to incorporate crowd noise. We've used crowd noise more in training camp the last 2.5 weeks than we have in any training camp. But even now, over the next 2 weeks, much more crowd noise. Now, I do think there's something about the crowd noise that forces a little bit of different mental intensity and focus. And we've generally operated pretty good on the road when it comes to kind of some of the shifts and motions. But we've got some new players, and I think back to last year at Michigan, we had a couple false starts early with Cam Williams, one of his first start on the road. So we're going to be mindful of those things, and we'll get a sense and a feel of kind of how we do over the next 2 weeks and how much we want to use.
So there's a little bit more into the, we got to go start incorporating crowd noise. We got to figure out how these guys react under pressure. And then it feels like, maybe we won't incorporate a ton early and start to feel the flow of the game a little bit more, and not in our first series try and be head and shoulders above, because we get we're a young team and we have a young offensive line with a starting quarterback who hasn't played in this either. So maybe we shouldn't be running 2 guys in the first and trying to run long. Let's just go get it and operate correctly. And then as the game goes on and they start to figure us out more, if we're doing well enough, then we can incorporate some more back in. So we'll have the playbook, we're ready to go. But we just it feels like there maybe is a little bit in Sark's head of like, okay, understand where we're at with this offensive line, and we need to cater the game plan accordingly.
Yeah, I think that's extremely smart way to go about it. And I think we talked about this a lot last week too, is we don't need to see Texas come out and be super creative and super over the top with their offense right out of the gate. They just need to come in, run the football efficiently, run their offense the way, just keep things simple, easy read for Arch, not too much pre-snap, window dressing and all that stuff. And then get yourself in the flow of the game, get yourself comfortable out there and just go. And then, as the game goes along, maybe we can add a couple of those things in. But, I think that in this kind of a situation, you have to rely on, or rather be confident in your defense as well, because maybe the offense is going to struggle a little bit out of the gate because it's a largely largely new unit. So there's going to be a lot of different factors going in there. I like that idea. Just keep it simple. Let the guys run the offense, and we'll save the fancy stuff for maybe later in the game when we get more comfortable, or week 2, week 3, week 4, when we have San Jose State, UTEP, and Sam Houston, where we can really kind of implement those things. We're not so much in the danger zone. And then the stuff with the artificial crowd noise, I think will be smart to do this week as well. But keep things simple. I think that's probably the best game plan going forward.
Sark also spoke after the scrimmage about the things that they're still trying to get perfect. You can't ever be perfect, but you want to be as close as possible. So there's still a number of things they're still trying to fine tune. Here's what Sark had to say about that on Saturday.
I think that, naturally, what are your major concerns when you go into a week 1, right? You think about ball security, you think about tackling on defense, you think about the pre-snap penalties, and then you think about special teams. Those are the main things that you're like, okay, how do we take care of the ball really well? How do we work on tackling? And what's that fine line of tackling too much, not enough, so that you can tackle really well in a week 1? Making sure that we're not giving away free yards, before the ball's even snapped, whether that's false starts, whether that's jumping off sides on defense, having the discipline there. And then how do you play sound on special teams? There's so much hidden yardage in special teams, whether it's punting the ball, returning the ball, points off the board, making your field goals, finding areas where you can maybe block a punt, block a kick, things of that nature. So all those are kind of my main areas. Now, naturally, every guy's going to walk out of our meetings tomorrow and say, hey, I got to get better at X, Y, or Z. And so everybody's going to have individual things to work on. But big picture for me, it's like, can we take care of those 4 areas? And if we can do that in those 4 areas, I think the rest of the game will kind of take care of itself that way. And we'll find out if we're good enough or not.
So there's Sark talking about some of the pieces that Texas still has to figure out here in these next 2 weeks. one of those big pieces is special teams. That was a big piece last year for Texas that just never felt like it was there. And Sark mentions it again on Monday, I believe. He mentioned today that there's just times where it was, he's like, we need to work on getting our blocks. They did get a blocked field goal in this scrimmage. It was Hero Canoe, I believe, who blocked the field goal. But he's like, that was a big piece of what our success 2 years ago was. We were pretty good. We were a good block team. We felt we could keep doing that. But unfortunately, last year, the special team just overall wasn't as big of a piece. And so if we say that it's really important for Texas to continue fighting and getting better, the hidden yardage he talks about on a good punt defense that makes a punter shag the ball and they only get 25 yards on a punt and you get better field position, or you have a punter that puts the ball an extra 30 yards downfield. You hit your field goals. All those pieces are just so important in the game of football. So we'll play the clip on tackling here in a second too. That's going to be a big piece of it. Fundamental stuff is always there, but I think, you can see consistently Sark over the offseason went to Jeff Banks. That's why they hired some more staff to help out with that special teams unit, that they're really down on. That was not a good last season for us in special teams. We progressed on offense. We definitely progressed on defense, and something else fell off. We have to pull that back up. Again, we're Texas. We got all the money. There's no excuse. So if we need a couple more coaches to coach special teams, let's go do it.
Yeah, and the hidden yardage, I think, is a really important point. You talk about in the return game, having the guys back there that you can rely on that aren't going to try and make more out of a play than is there. Whether it's DeAndre Moore or Ryan Niblett or whoever else is back there returning punts or making the right decision on bringing the ball out of the end zone on a kickoff, or even the punter. Like all reports so far have been that the new punter, I believe Jack Bowmeister, is in that how you pronounce his name?
I think so.
He's just been booming the ball down the field and has been very accurate with his punts, which is going to be a huge thing because last year, that was just not there. The punt game, the coverage was okay, but like the actual punts were not where they needed them to be. And now it sounds like they've got a guy back there who can really get it down to the other end of the field and flip field position, which will be huge in terms of the hidden yardage. And just, the operational stuff on special teams, in terms of, protecting, that stuff is super important. So hammering home the points and all that stuff and really improving on special teams is what I think is really going to give Texas an opportunity to get over the top this year. It almost cost them a couple times last year, and and this is not even taking into account the scholarship Burt stuff. And it's critical that they get that stuff figured out. And it sounds like they're really working hard on it, and bringing in that extra staff is certainly going to help for sure.
Here's Sark talking about tackling, which is another piece there of what you still got to fine tune, and the difficulty of working on tackling in a preseason when you're really trying not to injure anybody. You don't want to, go too physical and too violent in the camp and in preseason, but you also need to get your guys ready to make that contact, because in week one, it's coming at you fast and those players are shifty. They're going to bring the wood at you. So here's Sark talking about trying to walk that fine line of tackling and teaching that throughout camp.
Yeah, I thought last week might have been a little better than today, just from the naked eye, right, field level. And I got to see, how maybe and what and why maybe a couple of the missed tackles occurred. I felt like today the ball got in space a little more, which forced some more stressful tackles on the defenders, which is a good thing, right? And we got to learn how to do those things. But I also thought there were some very good tackles made that were a couple of them touchdown-saving tackles that forced the offense to have to go execute in the red area. So in the end, we got to find our opportunities to tackle. We got to do a great job in our individual periods of working on tackling. There's only so much we can tackle to get ourselves ready to go. But again, that's you ask any head coach around the country, that's the first thing out of their mouth of what's your biggest concern going into week one is how well are we going to tackle, because we all can only do it so much, right, for the betterment of the team.
Yeah, that's a big piece. You got to be ready to tackle a team like Texas that has good running backs as well. You're trying to make sure that those guys are ready to take contact as well in those. And so it just feels like this is another one of those pieces. Sark said, and we'll knock on wood here, that they've had a pretty healthy spring. I think the only guy that was injured enough in the practice to miss a couple of days is Trevor Gooseby, which you don't want to see. But also they're like, he's fine. They're just being extra careful because that is your left tackle. And Sark was actually asked about that as well. So we'll play that in a minute. But yeah, that's tackling, Matt, is a difficult world to try and push in preseason.
Yeah, absolutely, because you want to make sure that you're as healthy as you possibly can be going into week one, but you also want to make sure that your fundamentals are correct. I mean, these guys have had a complete off season off. They haven't played football since January. You know, scrimmages are one thing, but you still can't go, you know, necessarily 110% when you're trying to tackle a guy all the time. So you need to get that stuff honed in. You need to get that stuff ready to go, especially against a team like Ohio State that has so many different, skill position players that can really make a difference, like Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate and Brandon Inniss and all these guys. You want to be able to, you know, to stay true to your fundamentals and tackle those guys so you avoid big plays and all those different things. So it's critically important. You have to kind of walk that fine line in between, you know, going full bore and getting that stuff done, but also keeping your team healthy. So it's also a situation that like he said, everybody across college football is having to deal with that. So we'll just kind of see how it works out in week one.
Sark also talked a little bit about the position battles. He keeps getting asked these questions about position battles, and he's not really letting on much because he, in his head, and what he keeps basically preaching is it doesn't really matter who the starter is at some of these positions that you guys are really freaking out about. So it's not really hugely important who's starting at defensive tackle. It's not really important who may be starting at the star in different positions because we're going to play a lot of different guys. So for him, he says, what's really important is the two deep, that we have every position that we feel we can rotate, and we have positions where we feel we have the depth now. So for him, it's like, I don't necessarily look at the depth chart and say, I need starters everywhere. He goes, I need the two deep everywhere, which leads to the question. Okay, well, if you have that, then where are your worries about the two deep? And where do you have it where you may not have that space? Here's what Sark had to say about any of his concerns about the two deep.
You know, realistically, probably O-line, you know, I mean, and I don't know if you ever have 10 O-linemen that you feel great about. I mean, find me a team that felt great about 10 O-linemen. But naturally, you know, if we're at 8 with 2 more and you feel really good about in real games, can they go in and function at a level that is winning football? That's probably my biggest concern. But outside of that, I feel very comfortable with the depth on our team, and we forced a lot of game-like action on these guys to see how they respond to things. So I feel okay there. It's more about, can we put them in stressful situations and how do they respond? And that's what we'll try to do here over the next 7 days or so.
So there we see Sark talking about the two deep, and a valid point, which is we just have to figure out which guys we feel really comfortable with, and that's two deep, that we're good with both of them, because some of the battles, like the two deep for a defensive tackle, there's still 2 or 3 more guys, maybe 3. Yeah, like 2 or 3, you know, like you go 7 deep in that roster. So you say maybe defensive tackle, there's a few. In the edge room, there's more than 2 deep at both sides of it. In the linebacker room, you may go more than 2 deep. In the DB, like there's a lot of different places you may go more than 2 deep. Running back room, you're definitely more than 2 deep. So I think that, you know, there is a part of him basically going, okay, who are my guys that I feel I'm going to rotate the most? And then the offensive line, you love to have a 2 deep there, but that's also pretty much your one position, that and quarterback, that are playing 100% of the snaps.
Yeah, offensive line is certainly going to be interesting, because even though you probably feel like you have 8 or 9 guys that you can put out there, you really don't know how you feel about a couple of those guys. Even then, you feel pretty good about what you've seen out of Nick Brooks, but like, what are we going to get out of Connor Robertson? What are we going to get out of Jaden Chapman? Like those kinds of things are going to be a concern. But the depth across the board is something that's very promising about this football team. I mean, you mentioned it, 7, 8 guys at the defensive tackle position, multiple guys at edge, multiple guys in the secondary, multiple guys at linebacker, extremely, extremely deep running back room. So that's going to be I think that's going to be kind of the calling card of this football team this year is how deep they are. And by the time you get to the middle of your SEC schedule, like it at least feels like this football team, because of their too deep and beyond, is going to be as fresh of a football team as you're going to find in college football, even if there's an injury here or there.
Sark also spoke. He was asked about who impressed him at the practice. He had named a lot of guys who have grown a lot, but he was asked specifically of who really impressed him. Not explosive plays, which he named a bunch of guys who had explosive plays on the offense. So we saw Wingo and a Dalen McCutcheon and Kalik Lockett, I believe, and Trey Wisner all had explosive plays that he was like, these guys all. But when he talked about who stood out, I thought it was an interesting name.
I thought Manny Muhammad played really consistent, and I purposely went after him with a couple different things, and for him to play the way that he played gave me a more confidence than I've even had, and I have a lot in him. But today was very, very encouraging on that front.
So there's just a little one for you there. Manny Muhammad, where he basically is like, we were trying to throw things at him. We're trying to get him to step up to be that next guy. And they're really trying to push him to be a better player. And we're seeing it work out by scrimmage that we're hearing more and more positive things about him. But I love to hear that, Sark's not taking it easy on him. He wants him to go out there and prove what he can do. And apparently he's answering the call.
Yeah, I think that this is one of the most important things that I heard Sark say, honestly, is because – it's one thing with what he did last year. Like, he was kind of a blanket. He was on his side of the field and he did his job and he was very good in that job. But now with Jahdae Barron gone, you're really looking for that guy in the secondary or at the corner position specifically who's going to be able to step up and, force more turnovers or be kind of that Thorpe Award type guy. And Manny Muhammad is the natural person to kind of step up and take that role, but also not taking it easy on him and throwing a bunch of different stuff at him and getting him prepared for all the different elite receivers that he's going to see this year, all the different things that he's going to see, and making sure that he's prepared. I love it. They're pushing their best players to be even better, and I think that's what kind of separates this football team from a lot of other ones.
Yeah, exactly. It's you want to have that competitive balance on your own roster. That's those great teams talk about it, about having somebody sniping at your heels, that you feel that there's always someone behind you and you have to continue to get better. Whenever you can feel like you're okay resting on your laurels, that's when everything starts to slow down and you reach a ceiling. You want to have a team that doesn't feel like they have a ceiling. Sark also got other good news. Was he talked about CJ Baxter a lot and all the good things about CJ Baxter and what he's been working on, and kind of the benefit of having a year to sit back and learn and all the pieces and how he's handled himself. And then this is the really good part where he's, early in the preseason, early in camp, we heard from Sark, we're going to kind of ease him back in. We're going to take our time. We don't want to rush anything. We want to take this as easy as possible. Well, here's what Sark said after the scrimmage on Saturday.
I was set on being overly cautious and patient coming into the season. I've changed my tune, and I told him that. I met with him after last scrimmage. I've changed my tune. We're going to be a little more aggressive than we thought, and he wants it. He wants it that way, and he continues to give me confidence that I can be aggressive with the way he's responding day after day after day.
So that is a great piece of information on CJ Baxter, that not only do they feel like his recovery has put him in a place where they feel very safe, and the doctors and everybody says he's back. Like, he's good. You can go out there and push him. But it also says that some of those flashes and some of those things we saw year one of CJ Baxter, where we were like, this guy could be one of the best running backs in the nation if he figures it out. It feels like you're seeing some of those things in camp, and Sark is maybe salivating a little bit, looking at CJ Baxter and going, all right, Trey Wisner's great. And we're going to have Trey Wisner. But if this guy can do everything, and if he can play at the level, and he's now learned more, and he's playing better, wow, what can we do with CJ Baxter?
Yeah, not just that, but the weight that he's put on, and good weight too. Yeah. 232 pounds, I think, is where he's at now. This is the most encouraging news in terms of, a returning player that I think I've heard so far. I think that both of us, kind of going into this season, we're like, if he can just early on in the season get 10 to 15 carries a game and be effective, and then as the season goes on, gets more confident and gets more involved, that would be ideal. But now it sounds like he's going to be, as ready to go as he was his first game, his freshman year, in terms of physically ready, confidence level in that knee and all those different things. And that's going to be absolutely huge for this football team. I mean, I mentioned it last week, and I'm sure we'll talk about it again later in the week when we have another guest or two. If CJ Baxter is, 90% of what he was as a freshman, even, and this team has a lead in the fourth quarter, it's going to be really, really hard to beat this football team because he's going to be able to just hammer it between the tackles. He's explosive. It sounds like he can cut well again, and he's confident in all of that. It's going to be really, really hard to slow down this running game, especially with the physicality that they're developing up front in the run game as well. It's just, all signs point to CJ Baxter having a huge bounce back year.
Yeah, no, I think that, we look at it. Sark also said today at a point that he doesn't expect any running backs to be getting 25 carries early in the season. You wouldn't expect to have to do that early in the season, but you do expect that maybe we're thinking CJ Baxter be in on maybe 20 to 30% of the snaps, and Trey Wisner taking 40 to 50% of the snaps and then filling those in with the other backs for the rest of it. And it feels like it's probably going to be closer to 30 to 40% for both Wisner and Baxter pretty early. And then maybe that last 20% be the other backs that come in, depending on how those guys show up and how, really how ready are Christian Clark and Jarrett Gibson. But it feels like it's going to be much more of a regular share between Baxter and Wisner early on, because you feel more confident in Baxter. So you're not necessarily going to have to baby him. So you're not going to try and get him 25 carries, but you may get him 15, 15, 16. You may get Wisner 15, 16. Then go out some other guys, maybe a couple receptions for both of those guys as well, taken out in the passing game. It just feels like you have now a real 1-2 punch even early in the season, where we thought maybe that was going to be down the road later in the season. You'd be able to have that 1-2 punch where you can just wear down a defense. And as you talked about in that fourth quarter, just kill them. Just take them, put them out of their misery. When those defensive linemen, where Texas at least has 6 guys, they can rotate. If you're trying to run down our throats, we can, rotate a lot of guys and try and stay healthy. You can just leave those guys and just keep going after them over and over. And you're like, if you go to your second string defensive tackles, are they going to be able to stop us? I mean, all you're doing is giving us an easier path.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's go back to 2020, Patrick, when Steve Sarkisian was the offensive coordinator at Alabama for that national title team.
Yeah.
Why were they so good? Because they had 2 running backs that were NFL caliber players who they could hand the ball to and keep each other fresh and just hammer the ball in the run game, which would open everything else up. And that was Najee Harris, who had almost 1,500 yards rushing, and Brian Robinson Jr., who had almost 500 yards. I mean, you had a 1-2 punch there of 2 super physical, tough guys who could run in between the tackles and who are explosive. And that's something that I think that he's desperately wanted since he has been in Austin. He kind of had that with Bijan Robinson and Roschon Johnson, but the rest of the roster wasn't really ready for that at that point, and it was kind of more of a one-sided thing. Now it feels like you have an opportunity to be the most balanced attack that you've had under Steve Sarkisian since he's been in Austin. And CJ Baxter, and credit to my buddy Brooks Austin, who pointed this out to me over the summer when we were at Elite 11. When CJ Baxter is healthy, he's about the closest thing to Najee Harris that you're going to find in college football right now. And that is something that Steve Sarkisian knows how to use extremely well.
Yes, he does. Sark was also asked again about the backup quarterbacks on Saturday and how they did in this scrimmage, as we're getting, Sark says there's time, but as fans, as people covering it, you kind of want to. We're just being greedy. Maybe we're just being greedy. But here's Sark on the backup quarterbacks on Saturday.
Yeah, no, I thought in the end, they all did some good things. As always at quarterback, we're fighting for consistency. It's like the most. I talk about it at every position, but it's the most glaring at quarterback, right? Because he's the guy that has the ball every play. And so, we'll look at the kind of how they grade out off the tape, but the level of consistency is critical. I thought KJ again showed up today and had some nice drives where they moved the ball, and I think he had a nice touchdown drive, and he had the 2-minute drive at the end for the field goal, which was good. So, but we'll look at it and see what that consistency looks like, feels like, and at some point we're going to have to make a decision, and that's part of our responsibility to do that. But we've got time, so we'll be okay.
Yeah, we got time. It's a backup quarterback position, so it is maybe us being a little bit greedy because we've been so lucky in the backup quarterback position. It is a very important position for Texas. We know the injury history of quarterbacks at Texas. We know the injury history of quarterbacks in college football. We know the injury history of quarterbacks in pro football. It's just a dangerous sport, and quarterbacks have the ball in their hands more than any other player. And so, it just happens that sometimes people get hurt in the game. And even if it's for a series, if it's for a half, if it's for a game, you have to have somebody ready. So you'd love to be able to know that we trust this guy. And it doesn't feel like we're necessarily getting there's two great options at backup quarterback, which I think there kind of is, but it feels more as if there's no options at backup quarterbacks because no one's really ready to go. Now, I think non-conference, there's two great options at quarterback. I think against Georgia, there's no options at quarterback in the backup position. But how many teams have guys that you can go and put up against those defenses? So maybe it's a little crying from a yacht. Maybe it is a little greedy to want those answers, but would like to hear a vote of confidence on somebody as that backup quarterback position where you feel where we can, as fans, not have this thing of every time Arch is on the ground for more than 1 second. Like, no.
Yeah, and that's something that Texas had the fortune of last year with having Arch as the backup when Quinn went down. But you also you kind of got a little nervous in those games that he started. Like if he took a hit, it's like, oh, okay, get up. Okay, he's good. And that's going to be something that I think work itself out. One of these guys will eventually earn the role and separate themselves. But I also think that it's going to be kind of a situational thing. I think that if you're in week 1 against Ohio State and Arch gets the wind knocked out of him and somebody has to go in for a play, you'll probably see Matthew Caldwell or maybe Trey Owens. I think that if you're up 35 points in the third quarter against UTEP or San Jose State, you'll see a mix of guys come in. I think the later you get into the season, if something else happens, maybe you'll see Trey Owens or KJ Lacey kind of assume that role over Matthew Caldwell. But it's going to be it's going to progress. It's going to be one of those things that they're still going to have to work out as the season goes on. You just have to make sure that you protect Arch very well. Trey Owens and KJ Lacey are both extremely talented players. Steve Sarkisian would not have signed them if he didn't think they were capable of playing quarterback at the University of Texas. They just haven't had a lot of opportunity to get ready yet. And it's a little bit nerve-wracking. I don't think it's crying from a yacht because given Texas's history, it's a legitimate concern even before Quinn Ewers got there. It was Hudson Card and Casey Thompson, and they were in and out of the game, and you never really knew what you had, and then Quinn Ewers goes down against Alabama, and you got to put in Hudson. I mean, it happens every single year, so it's probably going to happen at some point this year, and you need to be prepared for it.
And you need to step up against San Jose State, UTEP, and Sam Houston, because those are games where you could very easily see both KJ Lacey and Trey Owens. Like both those guys, if you get that lead, I wouldn't surprise me if Sark intentionally ran up the score in the first half to try and get to. I really want to see both these guys play a game.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just want to see them. I want to put them on the field. I want them to, and like Trey Owens has got a little bit of it. But you really want to see KJ Lacey get a couple, snaps out there. And how does he react? And, you're still going to be playing against probably the ones of UTEP and the ones of San Jose State and the ones of Sam Houston. So maybe it's your 2s or your 3s, but you're still playing against their guys because to them, this is still a big game. They don't necessarily need to rest their players as much in there. So those are the ones you'll be watching. You go, all right, we just got to get through the first few weeks. And then it becomes, all right, Florida is really your last time that you can not have a backup quarterback because those non-conference, maybe you can, get a lead and be able to play both guys. But yeah, you're waiting to get that answer. The Sark keeps giving the answer if we have time. He's right, but that's one of those worries that is a legitimate worry if someone comes to me and goes, so what happens if Arch goes down for 3 games? And you're like, that changes. Because, yeah, if he goes down for 3 games and misses Florida, Oklahoma, and Kentucky. Do you feel confident that we're 2-1 in that?
No.
Without Arch? And so, like, there's just those stretches where you're like, I mean, we could go 0-3 in that if neither one of them is ready at all. But you hope that you could still pull off a win against Kentucky with just defense and just kind of running the football. But that's, again, that's being a little bit more cocky than we probably should be given in the SEC. But I think that's probably the biggest piece. So we're waiting for it. But on the flip of that, Sark was asked today about the offensive weapons. And the question was, who are the people that you are seeing be able to be used outside of your core 5? At which Sark laughed at it and said, who's my core 5? He's like, no, you tell me who you think are in my core 5 since you've got it all figured out. And I believe the answer was Wingo, Moore, Mosley, Indries, and Livingstone, I think was the 5 that he listed as the core 5. So he was like, past those, is there anybody else? And Sark at least is saying that there's more people who are going to play and actually get passes thrown to them this season. Here's what Sark had to say about the players outside of his core 5 on the offense.
Yeah, I love Day-Day McCutcheon. I love Kalik Lockett. I love the versatility of Ryan Niblett. I love the isolation plays by Michael Terry and Jamie French. So we've got a heck of a room of really talented people, and it's going to be challenging for myself, Coach Jackson, Coach Milwee, of finding the right combination of guys and keeping them fresh, but yet putting guys out there with opportunities to go make some plays.
How's that tight end 2 battle look?
It's great. I touched on that before. We got multitude of guys, different personnel groupings, trying to put guys in position to do some of the things that they do really well, especially our younger players. All the while knowing Jack's got a wealth of experience and played a lot of football. But like I said, Spencer's come a long way. Jordan's come a long way. I love Nick Townsend. I love Amari Winston. So we've got a good room that way. We've got a lot of versatility on this offense, which is fun. For a long time, it was like the same 11 or 12 guys that played, and I think we're going to see a lot of different faces this year, which is a little bit different for us.
So that last part. So it's great to have all the names. It's great to have that he trusts a lot more guys apparently this year, and that could be real. That could be, I'm not going to say anything bad about any of these players when they're working their butt off for me. But if that's true, what he says at the end, that the circle of trust is now no longer the writing factor of 95% of my targets, that we're going to start kind of airing out. We feel Arch has a better ability to make reads quicker. So if Arch can make reads quicker, then we can put more options out on the field, where for Quinn, we had to lower it down a little bit more to go 3 and run. You may be able to go to 4 or 5 as Arch gets more confident out there. So I think that, we see that. And if that's true, it does now give you much more versatility. It makes defending them that much more difficult mentally, because now all your DBs have to scout 8-9 guys and try and be ready and know everything. And you're trying to remember everyone's little twitch and what they do for 9 different players, where you go out there. And I think that those types of things, the more you can have of trying to be able to do that, is going to help you out as the season goes on. So how much of that is coach speak? How much of that is early season, not trying to get anybody upset? Or is it real that Sark now feels more confident?
I think it's real to a certain extent. I mean, you signed 3 5-star wide receivers, and it's going to be really hard to keep those guys off the field. And then you got Dalen McCutcheon, who's maybe ahead of all of them in terms of his ability to get on the field early and be effective playing in the slot. They all have different skill sets. They're all extremely athletic and do different things very well. I mean, Jamie French is a route running, magician. He's got great body control in the air. He can really, he really excels at catching passes in traffic. And then you got a guy like Dalen McCutcheon who's learning from DeAndre Moore in that slot, and Michael Terry, who's just an athletic freak who can outrun people and out physical people. And then Khalid Lockett, who's just probably the most natural, physically gifted receiver in terms of, the skill set of a wide receiver on this of that entire group of four. I mean, that's not even talking about Parker Livingstone and Ryan Wingo and DeAndre Moore. So there's a lot of guys that have so much talent that they're trying to get on the field. Now, how much you see all those guys against Ohio State is going to be a whole nother thing, because how are they going to perform in that kind of environment? I like that he trusts these guys and he wants to get the ball in as many guys' hands as he possibly can. And the stuff about the tight ends too. I mean, I think that's extremely important. Spencer Shannon kind of getting his name out there and stepping up as a guy who could be the number 2 tight end, and Nick Townsend and Amari Winston. And, the more options that you have to throw on the football field that you can get the ball to is just going to confuse defensive coordinators and defensive players even more. Whereas in 2023 with Texas, it was JT Sanders and it was, it was Adonai Mitchell and Xavier Worthy and Jordan Whittington. And that was your lineup for 95% of the game. And then 2024, you had a couple more guys in there. Jonte Cook then eventually worked himself out of that equation, and it shrank a little bit more. So now it seems like you have an opportunity to really open things up, and that's extremely positive. It's just, how much of that is actually true when the bullets start flying in Columbus, Ohio. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Columbus, I think you're dead on that we won't see as much of that in Columbus because, again, that is pre-snap. Those guys have to know everything, and maybe you don't trust some of those guys to, be lined up correctly to understand all that. And you'd like to go, well, we're going to put you in some, but we're not putting you in early. We're going to wait a little bit, and if we get a lead, then you guys will play more. But if it's a close game, we're going to go with who we trust and who's been in these moments. So it is DeAndre Moore. It is Ryan Wingo. Emmett Mosley at least played some before. So we'll go with some guys that maybe have a little bit more time in the game that we just trust a little bit more. And Jack Andrews has a ton more snaps than anybody at the tight end position. So you go, we trust them to line up correctly, not jump, not get us a pre-snap penalty. And then as you get into later in the game, maybe, or you get into the next couple of weeks, and then you'll see everybody start coming out. And, and I think that is too, part of it is you want to watch Arch be Arch a little bit more and have him be able to have connections with a lot of those guys. Because, and this Quinn Ewers was a guy who wasn't necessarily the quickest read. And so when you called the game to his strengths and you said, you make the right read, but if I give you 5, you're going to try and go to 5. And since you can't feel the blitz, we can't do that all the time. And so you just saw more and more of that where you make the play. We made the joke the other day last week. Someone was talking about the difference between Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning and then Vince Young. And you were like, Vince Young had 6 plays. And he was able to win. Like, it's a way different offense right now because you go Quinn Ewers had 70 plays that they knew and they cut it down for the games and everything else. And now Arch Manning's going to have those, and he may have more reads in those plays. So you just go, it's just constantly evolving of what the team can do. And then if you go, we put in KJ Lacey or Trey Owens, that playbook shrinks more and the reads shrink more. But as long as you have Arch Manning, you can try and do a little bit more with all of those things. Sark. Okay, good.
No, I was just saying, yeah, absolutely. Like you want Arch to be like Colt McCoy, Yeah, I think that's kind of a better conversation piece for that whole quarterback situation. You want to be Colt McCoy, go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then take off running if there's nothing there.
Yeah, exactly.
Quinn wasn't necessarily capable of some of those things. I still think he was fantastic, but you have a lot more opportunity to open things up with Arch. And as a result, get a lot more guys involved.
I agree. Yeah, again, you don't have to be perfect to be good. Two things are not mutually exclusive. Sark was also asked today about the interior defensive line, as that is a constant wonder of everyone too, about who is starting to take over a little bit more as the guys who are standing out and who is maybe a step behind them. Here's what Sark had to say about the interior defensive line today.
A lot of guys are doing a great job. You touched on Hero, we touched on Murad Watson, Alex January. I think Cole Bavard had a good day Saturday. We've seen flashes out of Travis Shaw. We're striving for more consistency. out of him. Levon Johnson is really just starting to get going with us now. He was a little nicked up, so he's starting to get going. So in the end, I think we've got a plethora of guys in there that are earning playing time. We've got a little time to find that exact rotation right now, and that's part of the growth and watching them work and how they can retain a game plan and then execute it in practice in real settings where we're still going good on good, but they've got to execute the plan. That's how we want to play here in a couple weeks.
Yeah. You have a bunch of different names, so everyone's playing well. The Travis Shaw one was not great to hear. That you see more of why he probably wasn't getting to be a starter. Is the consistency just doesn't seem to be there for him. But that again, use him in the right situations. Hopefully, as the season goes on, he'll continue to work hard to get those snaps that he is getting. And trying to realize, because he just doesn't have, the end of the rope where he can go hit another transfer portal and go get another year and do all that stuff. So I think that was a name that you kind of were hoping was going to step up and be that next part. However, you're hearing like Rod Watson could be the real deal. You're hearing your own guys, the player development of your own guys is doing really well. So it does feel like, maybe there's one bad piece in there, but a lot of good inside of it as well.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody is, you're going to be 8 deep at the position. Not everybody's going to be as consistent as you want to be from week to week. It's just impossible to make that happen. But the important part is that there's a lot of guys in there who are playing good football, and some of them are starting to separate themselves, like a Murad Watson and a Cole Brevard. I think specifically are the two guys that you look at like these could be the two frontline guys for us that have been consistent and good day after day after day. Alex January taking a step forward as the homegrown guy that you really have a lot of confidence in who could be on that second line. Now it's a matter of just filling out the rest of that 2 deep so you can feel good about your rotations. I think Travis Shaw is going to be fine. I think Levon Johnson is going to be fine. Those guys just, they need to continue to work. And that's why you hire a guy like a Kenny Baker who's been so good with this defensive line unit so far. And it's just going to continue to get better. So I'm not too concerned about it. It's, you also don't want Sark to come out and say, everybody looks awesome. We have no concerns about this room, because that's disingenuous. Yeah. There's always going to be a concern here and there. So they'll continue to work on it and they'll be okay.
No, that's what do we say? If you have 2 guys and you have no guys, you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks, all those worlds, somebody has to stand out. It's what we're saying in the backup quarterback room just a few minutes ago. And man, if you keep telling me both backup quarterbacks are good, it leads me to believe that neither one has earned the job. And you want to see who earns the job. Speaking of that, we did get a little tidbit of Ohio State stuff this week as we're getting closer to the game. So a couple cuts with that since we're at the top of the hour. We'll try and hit these and then get out, come back, do a little NFL recap and all the rookies and all the Texas players in the NFL and see, we'll see if Micah Parsons signs by the end of the day. It is Micah Parsons Day on the show that we made a prediction, and we're not doing great on that prediction so far today, but we'll see.
We got time. We got
plenty of time. But Sark was asked about Julian Sayin being named the starter at Ohio State. And we now know who is at least starting. Both could play. You got to be ready for whatever you're going to see. But this is what Sark had to say about Julian Sayin getting the starting job for Ohio State.
Yeah, ton of respect for Julian. We recruited him hard here. He was a very gifted passer, really good player. Came to camp with us, I think, I want to say 2 years in a row. And so we've got a lot of familiarity with him. He's obviously a California kid, his high school coach and whatnot. So very good player, elite passer, very good arm talent, very quick release, really accurate guy. Obviously he's got great weapons around him. And so, he's the type of guy that can utilize those weapons in a good system. So it poses a heck of a challenge.
So little nice comments there for Sark for Julian Sayin. And again, we recruited him. We know who he is. we recruit a lot of these guys who are really good players. So no big surprise there from Sark about Julian Sayin, but starting to get that little bit more prep as we get ready for Ohio State in week 1. It's 2 weeks out now. So now you can start getting those questions.
Yeah. I mean, this is a guy that they really wanted. It's, he was part of the 2024 class that, that Trey Owens was a part of, and he elected to go to Ohio State, and they developed quarterbacks very well, and it's hard to compete against Ohio State when it comes to recruiting quarterbacks, but he's a very physically gifted guy. He knows how to anticipate the rush. He's very technical. He's got great arm strength. He's accurate. He's got all the things that you want in a quarterback. He's never played in a game that mattered. And I think that that's the most important part here. So maybe he'll be a little intimidated. Maybe he'll come out with his hair on fire and be the next, the next big thing in college football. We don't know. But what makes me confident about the way Texas is going to play him is a lot of what we talk about with keeping things simple. I think Ohio State's going to keep things very simple for him early on in that football game, which is going to help the Texas defense. They're not going to try to ask too much of him. He's not the most mobile guy in the world. So I think Texas will have an advantage there. But, another thing that gives me confidence is they know this kid really well because they recruited him really, really hard. So they're going to know what to expect out of him. And it should be interesting. I heard, I think it was about a week ago, Ryan Day came out and said that this quarterback competition, I mean, this is one of the most hyperbolic things that I've ever heard in my life, but Ryan Day said it, so I'm going to run with it. It's like this quarterback competition between Julian Sayin and Lincoln Kienholz is like the one we had between Joe Burrow and what was the other guy's name?
The guy who went to the Commanders. DJ Haskins.
DJ Haskins. It's like, okay, so two of the best quarterbacks in the history of one of the best quarterbacks in the history of Ohio State and one of the best quarterbacks in the history of college football. I mean, come on. But which one was Julian Sayin? I don't know. It's going to be very interesting. But like I said, I think that Ohio State's going to keep things very simple for him, and that's going to help the Texas defense more than anything.
Yeah, I think that there's plenty of reason to be prepared for Kienholz as well. I think there's plenty of reason. I mean, it is a little bit different. It felt different last year with Michigan because Michigan knew they didn't have a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Like Michigan was fully aware they did not have a quarterback going into last season. So they were trying to figure out the best possible scenario, but they didn't have anybody ready. Now this feels more of like, we have two guys we feel we could play and go win games with. So where is that leash? How much of it is prepared of we're going to kind of still play both of them? How much is if Julian Sayin isn't moving the ball early, do you already pull an audible or flag or do you go, it's non-conference, let's stay the course because we pull him now, we may lose him for the season. Like we may really lose his confidence. So it's going to be curious to see how Ryan Day plays it. I'm sure going in, he's going to tell them that they both may play in this game because he's also going to say it in the same sense that Texas is saying Trey Owens could play in the game. He's going to say in the sense of like, well, if we get up big on him, because that's you won a national championship. You're trying to go win another one. You don't have a coach that went to the NFL and kind of left you in the lurch like Michigan did. It's a different scene than the Michigan team last year. So I think that, for Texas, it's nice to know Julian Sayin's there, but you have to prepare for both guys.
Yeah, and I'll say this about Lincoln Kienholz. I covered Ohio State a couple years ago as part of my net of teams that I covered. And he started one game. It was the Cotton Bowl against Missouri, and they lost that game. I think it was 14-3 or 14-6, and he was 6 of 17 passing, and he looked lost. I think he's probably going to be better than he was in that football game if he gets in here.
Yeah.
But he just, I think that it says something that Julian Sayin won the starting job without ever having started a college game, and Kienholz has been in the program for a couple years.
Yeah.
So I think that they're a lot more confident in Julian Sayin, and if for some reason Kienholz gets into this football game, I think that is a reason for Texas fans to feel confident.
No, I agree. Yeah, I don't think he gets in because Sayin is doing well.
Well, yes,
I mean, like, I don't think I wouldn't think that necessarily have to plan for both, but I think you could have, it's a really good defense. And so if it's not moving, hell, I mean, we saw Arch go up against Georgia and they go home here, and that wasn't part of the plan. It was just we saw Quinn Ewers see a ghost, and you had to take him out for a minute and go, watch what's happening. Those are human men over there. So I know they're coming after you, but you have to realize it's just a football game. And we know how to do this, and they played a much better second half. We get there. One last piece we'll play. This one's a little bit more funny because I was like, I don't know if I have the same respect for Matt Patricia as some other people. But Sark was asked, what is he watching to get ready for a defensive coordinator who is coming from the NFL, who doesn't have a lot of college tape? What is he looking for what Matt Patricia does, and how do you prepare for that defense when you're not quite sure what it is? And this will let you know how much Sark obsesses about football, is how much he says he's watching.
Yeah, Patriots, Lions, Eagles, their own stuff from a year ago, because really he's the only new face in that room. Their whole defensive staff remained the same, and they had a very good defense a year ago and a lot of continuity on that defensive staff. And so you look at a lot of things. At the end of the day, it's a new coordinator, it's a new play caller, and so you're going to have to execute at a high level, and we're probably going to have to make some in-game adjustments as we go. But I've been down this road before. I think it was 2004 or 5 at USC. We were getting ready to play Hawaii, and June Jones hired Jerry Glanville to be his defensive coordinator. And I was looking at Atlanta Falcons film of Deion Sanders playing man coverage. So you just look at it all, and I got enough time on my hands. That's kind of a fun thing to do.
It sucks. The craziness. Oh, we'll just watch every game. I'll just watch every game he's ever been a part of. To Little League. That's how far back I'll go to be ready for this game. It's that is the Sark way of, all right, I'm just gonna watch everything, and then we'll be able to figure. Then nothing will surprise me.
Yeah, I mean, nobody prepares harder than Sark, I think, in this kind of a situation. He's a junkie when it comes to football, and he's going to watch everything that he could possibly get his hands on to get ready for this game. But he makes a good point. I mean, this entire defensive staff for Ohio State is returning outside of the defensive coordinator, and a lot of the guys that are coming back on defense are at very important spots. Like pretty much that entire secondary is coming back. So that's going to be something that is really going to be difficult to prepare for. But it's I'm with you. I don't have a whole lot of confidence in Matt Patricia. But the point about the continuity on the rest of the staff, especially with week 1, I think is going to play a big role. And it's not going to necessarily be as much of an issue as some people might think it could be. Now you get later in the season, that could change. But, he's going to try and call things probably as similarly to Jim Knowles as he possibly could.
Yeah, that's more the question is, we know what the defense is most likely going to be. It's going to be very similar to the defense they had last year. Because, I mean, the Matt Patricia defense is the Bill Belichick defense. Mm-hmm. And the Bill Belichick defense is also not something that's super easy to do in the NFL, much less in college. To go, all right, our first 6 weeks, we're going to learn how to play 6 different types of defense. And we'll kind of throw them all out there. And our defense won't look good until week 8 or 9. That was the Patriots every year. Their defense didn't really look good until everyone really knew how the defense worked inside out. You can't do that in college football. So that changes a different piece. You go, it's probably going to be a bit more of keeping more terminology and everything else more same to what Ohio State did. The same with Chip Kelly last year. You had some differences, but you're trying to keep the Ohio State offense because you're probably not going to be here in 2 or 3 years. But Ohio State will still be here. So we're going to keep a lot of the things similar. They have all the same coaches. It'll be that. It's more along the lines of on big 3rd down, 4th down plays, are you able to win that battle? And I feel much better about Sark versus Matt Patricia than I do Sark versus Kirby Smart.
Yeah, or Sark versus Jim Knowles. I mean, Jim Knowles, for my money, is the best defensive coordinator in the country. So it's certainly not a bad thing that he's not going to be on the sideline opposite you in this game. That's for sure.
No, but I just like that answer. I liked it. And I also like that we're getting closer and closer, and that means more Ohio State stuff as we'll keep diving into Ohio State a little bit more, and then next week is just going to be, oh, man, I can't wait. Cannot wait as we get further and further into this. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, let's get into some NFL talk as well, as there was another week of preseason. We'll see. I haven't checked my phone in a minute. We'll see if Micah Parsons has signed as our prediction. We'll get into that and where the problems could actually lie. If this does not get done sooner rather than later, the reports we keep seeing about that. If you guys have anything you want to talk about, college football, anything else, throw that in to the chats. You guys are the 3rd member of Open Gym. So the text line's open 512-222-9328. Or you can hit us up on Facebook, Twitch, X, and YouTube. We see all of that. So if you have any questions or anything you want to talk about, we'll get into that. Shout out to Archibald Royal as well. And Joe, you're right, Joe. Most important season opener in the history of the universe. Not just college football, the history of the universe. I think you nailed it, Joe. Did not a hyperbole at all. We're going to take this first break. We'll come back and keep it rolling here on a Monday afternoon of Open Gym.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK. Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you got hip problems, if you got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
All right, back here on Open Gym, here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Text lines open 512-222-9328. You can hit us up in the chat. Hook them to you as well, Mark. Welcome into the show here in hour 2 of the show in the afternoon on a Monday afternoon. 12 days away from Texas football. Can't wait for it. Remember, you guys are the third member, so join in on the show if you want to join in. Matt, during the break, did we get news yet? Did the deal go through?
No, not yet. I was just texting my buddy over at 105.3 The Fan, and nothing has happened yet.
We did see the Dolphins are expected to sign 4-time Pro Bowl rusher Matt Judon, who was traded over to the Falcons last year, I believe, and then that didn't work out, and then they drafted 2 more guys. But the theory, if anybody does not know, was we basically theorized that because the Gambler, the Jerry Jones, basically the Cowboys Jerry Jones Netflix series is supposed to premiere tomorrow. So I guess maybe it could be tomorrow too. You know, maybe our premieres tonight at midnight, but maybe tomorrow to give it the boost. But we projected, because that was coming up, Jerry Jones and his infinite marketing wisdom would wait to do the Micah Parsons thing to then be like, look, I'm gambling on another big contract. That's what I do. Look at me, the gambler. Oh, you can watch my show on Netflix. Let's make it number 1 on the first day. So that's what our theory was. It's only 5:20. Could still happen. But the reports are, Matt, that they have not talked still.
Yes, they have not talked yet. And apparently it's gotten personal, according to Adam Schefter, so that's not great. I think it's still going to happen, whether it's today or tomorrow. My other theory would be that it's very similar to the Dak Prescott situation last year, where he signed on the day of the first game. That will be my backup plan, my backup theory. But look, I'm going to hold true to this. I think it's cowardly to back out of your predictions once you make them. So if we're wrong, we're wrong. But I still think it's going to happen today or tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean that's
also because the fact that Adam Schefter came out and said they're no closer, it's gotten personal. It's just going to add to the level of theatrics when he actually does sign his deal right before the Netflix show premieres.
I mean, it is. I mean, we know Dak Prescott was not very close. It wasn't like there was a big lead up of, okay, they're discussing. It was just finally Jerry went over with the deal. He knew we'd get it done. And they signed. Like, the deal to sign Micah Parsons isn't complicated. It's making the highest paid player in a defensive player. That's the deal. And it's as much guaranteed money as Myles Garrett or TJ Watt. Like, it's basically, you just look at that deal and go, copy that deal, pay him, another $100,000 on top of it. He'll be the highest paid player. Pay him another $1 million 1 year or whatever, and we'll make him the highest paid non-defensive player or defensive player, non-quarterback. We'll put him in that realm. Have him make all that money. Don't put any stupid verbiage in there. And we're good to go. The deal can be done in 24 hours. I've done in 12 hours. It's not like the contract. They know how to do it. So these always pop out and they're pretty quick. So I still think it gets done, but it's just adding to that nonsense of the Cowboys. We saw the Cowboys play some over the weekend. They lose to the Ravens, which is not, wildly surprising. The Ravens are a really good preseason team. The Cowboys are still not playing a lot of their guys. They're holding back on them. I get why you hold back on Dak Prescott. I'd still probably play him in one of these preseason games. So if you don't play him in week 3, then I think that's not the best idea. We see the great quarterbacks playing. Patrick Mahomes takes snaps in preseason. These guys still go out there and take snaps and just go run a couple things. Show your team that you're a leader instead of a special case. Have those guys get suited up and go out and play. I think you should still do that. But at the end of the day, that's not what they wanted. Now, I can tell you what they also didn't want was Joe Milton to really make you worry about that backup quarterback position a little bit more than there was. It doesn't help that Cooper Rush signed with the Ravens. So on the other side of the field, you're seeing the backup quarterback you used to have. But you screwed him out of an incentive last year, if we remember that one from Jerry Jones, that he had that he basically pulled him out of that last game to let Trey Lance start, and that cost Cooper Rush a bunch of money. And they went, I didn't even know that was in there. And you're like, okay, well, you're a bad GM or a bad owner. Which one do you want to take? Because you should know those things happen as a general manager, and as an owner, you should try and make sure that your players are happy and they, but that's Jerry Jones at the best. What did you see in this Dallas preseason game, a 31-13 loss to the Ravens?
Well, I didn't get a chance to watch it because I was at dinner on my vacation. So what I did is I went back and I looked at the stats and looked for some trends.
Yes.
And it seems like the trends are about what I expected them to be.
Yeah.
They couldn't run the football.
Really? 2.6 yards per carry.
Yeah, 2.6 yards per carry, 20 carries for 51 yards. Miles Sanders looked washed. Deuce Vaughn looks like he shouldn't be on the roster. So that's concerning. Joe Milton, 50% completion percentage with a pick. It's, I still don't get the people who are like, oh my God, he's going to be so great for he is what he is. Like, he's an inconsistent guy with really good tools.
Well, but the Joe Milton thing, because I keep seeing this, and it's funny because non-Cowboys people keep being like, oh, the Cowboys thought. I was like, no. Jerry Jones made a trade for a quarterback from the Patriots, which is what always happens, is they get rid of one of their quarterbacks, and they go, guys, we should probably keep him. We're just so set at quarterback that you can have this guy for almost nothing, and you can have Joe Milton. So they went and got Joe Milton, and then Jerry, to make himself look good, said Joe Milton is going to be a star player, and he may compete with Dak, and that's like the future. There was never any real reason to believe that, but it was just the Cowboys' own hype to make everybody see him. And so everyone outside of the Cowboys who doesn't understand how the Cowboys hype machine works believe that it was Cowboys fans believing it. I don't think it was. I think it was just the hype machine.
It was the hype machine, and that's typical of the Cowboys. You're absolutely right. But regardless, Joe Milton's probably not even going to be the backup by the time the season starts. I mean, Joe, exactly. Greer should be the number 2, and I think he will be the number 2 if they get into a situation where they have to put in a backup quarterback. And the other thing that I noticed that wasn't hugely surprising to me and is still a major concern is the fact that they gave up almost 150 yards rushing. I know it's the Ravens and they run the ball a lot and they kept them under 4 yards a carry, but at the same time, that's 150 yards rushing. So in the last 2 games, you've given up over 330 yards rushing to your 2 preseason opponents. And that is something that just simply has to change if this is going to be a good football team, and they couldn't do it. So I would like to see some more players playing in preseason game 3 and, really get prepared for the season opener on Thursday the 4th against Philadelphia. But Dak Prescott, I don't think has played in a preseason game since 2019. So I don't expect to see him in that game either. So I think it's equally important as you do. I think that they should play everybody in the third game, at least for a couple series. I just don't think they will, and it's going to drive me crazy.
Yeah, no, I agree. And you're also talking about a first-year head coach in Brian Schottenheimer, and I get there is something to be said that he was on the roster last season as the offensive coordinator, but I believe Mike McCarthy was calling the plays. So it's a new play caller that you haven't really used before. So you might want to get more used to that in a game action before the regular season, just so if there is something in the first 2 series where you go, hey, man, the way you said that wasn't good. Like where, Joe Milton or Will Grier is not going to be able to have that feedback of how Dak wants to hear the play calls. And if you're Brian Schottenheimer at this point, it's probably more important how Dak wants it than how you want it, because that dude's already got his contract. He's going to be there for a minute. So I think that there's pieces of that. The 148 yards rushing doesn't bother me a ton because you held him under 4 yards a carry. So as much as that, there was no big runs either. Your longest run was a 16-yard run by Dearness Johnson. So it was not good, but it was not a running tap. It wasn't just like you get whatever you want. So I know that that's a low bar to hold the Cowboys to, but, against backup running backs on the Ravens with a backup quarterback, they were not destroying you. They were rushing on you. It's much more concerning to me that you didn't have a running back that could do anything offensively. So your offensive line wasn't able to get the push, and you weren't able to have any running backs. We talked about Miles Sanders plenty, that we don't believe Miles Sanders is probably even going to make this roster. That he doesn't seem like he's in this game. I mean, they gave him 7 carries, and I mean, he just didn't. His long was 7 yards, which is great, but that means that you had a lot that were under a yard, a lot that were there to get that total up to 2.1 yards per carry. It's just like that one's rough for you. I know you have Javonte Williams. I know you're hoping Jaden Blue is going to be able to be. But I don't think we think Jaden Blue is going to come in week 1 and just set the world on fire. So now you're talking about Javonte Williams having to really be a guy. And that one worries you more and more because once you don't have a running back, you don't have play action. And once play action's out the window, now Dak Prescott's numbers go down and your play calling options go down. I would be curious if they want to make a call to the Commanders. I know you don't normally make interdivision trades, but that is another running back who is now available, reportedly at least, and Brian Robinson. That is somebody that if Miles Sanders is done and washed, I think that's a reasonable person to go and try and get to fill out a running back room with Javonte Williams and Jaden Blue. Do you feel a little bit better about that than you'd feel with Miles Sanders? Just personally, I would. But I mean, I don't know. In conference or in division, you're probably not going to be able to make that trade. But overall, that was kind of the biggest thing. You don't get much out of these games from the Cowboys because they don't play their starters and they don't want to play their star players. It does feel more and more like all the talk from Schottenheimer. He's now realizing that he doesn't stand a snowball's chance in hell with this team. That it's like, and walking into a game and going like, we're going to change a lot of things. And Jerry Jones just going, sure. Yeah, we are. No. And then week 3 or preseason week 2, he just goes, we're not changing anything. It's my team. We're doing everything my way. And so I don't care who I hire. You were hired because you were going to do things my way. And it just feels more and more like that as we're getting closer to it. Maybe it'll prove me wrong. Maybe Dak Prescott will play, and that would tell me that Brian Schottenheimer has at least a little bit more of a spine against all of this, and maybe a little bit more of a say to get something to happen. But when CeeDee Lamb doesn't play, and when George Pickens doesn't play, and when Dak Prescott doesn't play, and everybody's sitting, it just is like, that's Jerry. That's not Schottenheimer. That's not a guy trying to start a new culture.
Yeah, I hate this for Brian Schottenheimer because I think he really is trying hard to change things there and get things going in the right direction. But Jerry Jones is not giving him the tools that he needs to do that, and he's holding him back a little bit, which is unfortunate. In regards to the Brian Robinson thing, I would call the Commanders yesterday.
Yeah,
and he would be my starting running back week 1. I don't care if he knows the playbook. He would be the best running back on the roster immediately. And he would give you a guy that can run in between the tackles and average 4 yards a carry and do what you need to do there. And then use Jaden Blue as your change of pace back and Javonte Williams in spot areas. I don't think they're going to do it because they're idiots and they're not known for making smart trades outside of, I think the George Pickens trade was a smart trade, but they're not going to do that right before the season starts. It's unfortunate because I would have made that deal yesterday. But I predicted 11-6. I'm sticking to my prediction, but in reality, I think this team, the more and more the preseason goes on, is more like 7-10 or 8-9, and they're just every single week, every single report I hear, my confidence in this team just continues to go down and down and down and down. Yeah. Especially and that's not even taking into account the injuries. You add the injuries into that equation and it gets even worse. So we'll see what happens. I don't think things are going to change in the third preseason game. I think they're going to get blown out by Philadelphia in week 1, and we're going to be in for another long season. But I'm sticking with 11-6 because I made that prediction already.
Ooh, that's a rough one. I'd let you change it at this point, but it is it's going to be a rough road. The running back thing, it just boggles my mind that they just can't let it go. They cannot let it go that they need a running back. And it feels like, it was 2 years ago, right, when the offseason happened and no one wanted to pay any running backs. And then the rest of the league caved on it. The rest of the league went, oh, that was stupid. That was stupid that we all went for that. And we kind of reset the market, so that was good. So we did it, but we're done with that. We got to pay Jonathan Taylor. You got to have these running backs. We saw what Saquon Barkley did for the Eagles to just make them such a good team and really fill out the hole. And you're just like, okay, we get that. So you do need a running back. And Jerry Jones, for whatever reason, goes, no, I like the thing where we weren't paying players. Oh, I like that one. Oh man, if we could go back to the day when I was only paying players like $4 million. Oh, I want to go back to those days so bad. And you're like, okay, do you want to charge less money for tickets? No, I want to raise the prices, but I don't want to pay the players either. You're like, man, you get it. The income, you're still making more money than you ever have. Why are you so hesitant to spend some of that money on players? They have cap room. I know some of that cap room, they're kind of waiting for the Micah Parsons deal to figure out where it's going, and there's stuff that's down the line. But the numbers I saw, I think they still have like $30 million in cap space they could go use. They're not up against it. There's plenty of space to go get a running back that would cost you $6 million a year, $5 to $6 million, like not hugely expensive. I don't know why they won't do it. I mean, I do know, but I don't know logically why they wouldn't do it. But very frustrating as we watch them another preseason week and just nothing good. The Texans, though, they get a 20-3 win over the Carolina Panthers. CJ Stroud plays in the game. He goes 6 for 8 in that game. 127.1 quarterback rating, a touchdown. CJ Stroud looked good. The offensive line held enough. That doesn't mean much because the Panthers defense is garbage. So it is not necessarily like it feels good. It feels good to see, but I'm not at all for the Texans believing this does hold weight against good teams. But we saw him play very well. Basically everyone played pretty well, decently enough against them. Nick Chubb also wasn't washed. He's not explosive really, but he did have 5 carries for 25 yards, which means, okay, you can make the roster if you're averaging 5 yards a carry. Hell yeah, you're on the roster, dude. You're there. You're with us. You're a running back. You can, because that is a question, doing fantasy football. Now everyone's trying to figure out who's a backup running back. And I keep hearing people, Woody Marks looked really good. He was 70 for 40 yards in that game as well. So I think a lot of people believe Woody Marks is going to take over that backup running back position. Dameon Pierce is still on the team. That's yet another guy the Cowboys could call if they really wanted. That guy's way cheaper. You get him for a 7th round pick right now. I don't know how much better he is than than Javonte Williams, but he's better than Miles Sanders. I can tell you that for a fact. So
yeah.
I mean, like, make that phone. If you don't want to get Brian Robinson, cool. Go get Dameon Pierce and see if he can do anything. But he's back now. Joe Mixon, we know, is going to have some injuries, so that running back room is something you have to keep checking on. But they were able to get it moving there. We didn't see a lot from any of the wide receivers you really wanted to see. You did see Nico Collins get 2 catches in there as well. The Texans did traded after the game. They traded Mechie away. It's good for everybody. Texans end up getting a backup tight end, which Brevin Jordan is out for the season. So that gives them another tight end. And it now puts John Mechie a chance to get another start for a guy who went through a lot of, coming out and being a top prospect. And then, of course, leukemia and having to deal with that and the treatment. And it just takes a toll on your body. He hasn't ever been able to fully recover, not really get into that rotation. And so I think for the Texans, this is a nice way to go give it a shot. Someone has a clean slate with you that doesn't have the years, put into it where there's kind of a, in your head thinking about something. We know that the Eagles made a big trade last season to try and bring in another wide receiver to try and help out and get another option on that offense. So is Mechie a guy who maybe can come in and be that for the Eagles? We'll see. But overall, for the Texans, you saw what you wanted to see. Go beat a bad team. Hey, beat somebody. We know, and it's not fair for the Panthers because you're playing against the Texans defense, and that defense is stacked.
Yeah, I'm certainly a lot more confident in what the Texans did than I am in what the Cowboys did. I mean, being able to run the football is positive. You're playing CJ Stroud. He looks pretty comfortable. The offensive line looked okay. I mean, that's a solid point that against the Panthers, but look, your bar for success with the offensive line has to start somewhere. So we looked good against the bad team. Now let's look good against a decent team, and then looks good against a good team. So you kind of work your way up from there. I'm happy for John Mechie. I think that he's going to have a chance to play up there. There's not a better situation you can go to in the NFL than the Philadelphia Eagles, and that's just a fact. They're the best franchise in the NFL right now, and he's a talented guy. He's going to have a chance to work in there as a 4th or 5th guy and get a new start to his career. And now the Texans have another tight end on the roster who maybe he can be a little bit more reliable than Dalton Schultz. You never know. I mean, he's a guy that is talented, so we'll see what happens there. I liked what the Texans did, and I wish the Cowboys would take the same approach as the Texans did in preseason week 2 and play some of their players. But good for the Texans. I'm happy that I'm happier with them now than I was a week ago, which is the opposite for the Cowboys, and I think that's a positive thing.
Yeah, we saw the progress that they made, which you're happy to see. And, it's nothing too big. It's, we saw JT Sanders didn't really get, he came out one target, no receptions. They haven't really targeted him a lot. He's got some snaps in preseason. He just hasn't been targeted a lot. But yeah, that offense, Bryce Young went 0 for 2. They put their starters out and quickly realized they were massively overmatched with that Texans defense. That defense, when they're playing their starters, what are you going to do? They're just really, really good defensively. So really good offenses are going to have some chances to go put some numbers on them and try and find the holes in that defense. But for the Panthers, it's just not a fun matchup for preseason to go up against. And so it didn't go too bad. And yeah, that's what we say, Joe. Hopefully CJ's not running for his life. Hopefully that offensive line and everything starts to hold together a little bit more, because it's they did better this week. And the big question for the Texans the last 2 years has been, can you be good against good teams? They have consistently been good against bad teams, but they have not been good against good teams, which that's the playoffs. And so they can get to the playoffs by winning all the games they're supposed to win, but they're not coming back and winning games you're not. And that's when the pass rushes are there really good. That's when the defense gets picked apart by a really good quarterback or a really good running back or somebody like that. They got to figure out that part of it as well. So you're glad that you're not regressing, but we got to find a new way to step forward. So I'll take the positive because the Cowboys are regressing. They're not playing well.
Speaking of the Rams, Matthew Stafford threw one pass in practice yesterday.
Oh man, so he's back.
So yeah, he's back. I have a sneaking suspicion that CJ Stroud will be running for his life against the Rams. I will say that, but
yeah,
it is what it is.
No, I saw that. We were talking. I drafted the Texans in my fantasy league, and I was like, look, I'm gonna go with this. I think there's a pretty damn good chance Matt Stafford doesn't play week 1, and if you have that, it's like he may, but there's a decent chance. And if you were playing against Stetson Bennett or somebody in week 1, I'll take this Texans defense all day. Now Matt Stafford, it's a different story, but Stetson Bennett, I'll take him.
Yeah.
So
no, I don't have my fantasy draft for another 10 days, but I think that when I do have my fantasy draft, we should come on here and we should compare our teams.
Okay. I still have another one. I have another fantasy draft next Sunday as well. So I still have I have 2 leagues that I do every year. So
are we going to do an open gym fantasy league?
I don't know if we have enough. It's too. I already have 2 leagues too. It's too much. I can't do 3 leagues. I've done it before. It's too many. Too many leagues, Matt.
BK, I need you to set up an open gym fantasy league. That'd be fun.
The Texas Sports Unfiltered Fantasy League. Get everybody involved in it. Wags is really good at fantasy. The Wags does. I don't want to. Just gonna auto draft. So we keep going. We did see across NFL some of the rookies for the Longhorns going across the NFL. We do get a game tonight too in the Commanders and the Bengals. We saw the Titans and the Falcons take a game there. Cam Ward didn't look as good in his second start. He was 2 for 7, 52.1 quarterback rating. They do win the game 23-20 in that game though. So they get going a little bit more. The Falcons saying we don't need to play Michael Penix Jr. in the preseason is mind-boggling to me. I do not get that one bit. Like that, you get that he wasn't good enough last year for you to even pretend that he's ready to go, and then you're basically not playing 2 quarterbacks. Your quarterback that you used a first-round pick for, traded up to use a first-round pick for, and the quarterback you paid a ton of money. Neither one of those get to play. What are you doing?
I think both of them are going to play in week 3 though, which is good at least.
I mean, better. What I had heard was Michael Penix wasn't going to play in preseason. So maybe they'll change that tone. What I had heard was he doesn't need to play in preseason. He's the starter, and he's getting ready for week 1. And I'm like, that is not good.
They are prepared to go 2-15 next year, I guess.
See, that's what we need, Joe. We need to have like a pick 'em. We'll have a pick 'em that we can do. Yeah, that way we can. That works a little bit easier for me, and then I can just lose that. I don't have to spend all my time setting lineups to lose. I can find it a little bit easier on that one. We did see Gunnar Helm, though, once again, even though the Titans did not go. 4 catches on 4 targets, 48 yards, and a touchdown. Gunnar Helm is going to be the starting tight end on this team before week 6. Cam Ward loves Gunnar Helm. And so you're like, if it's Cam Ward's team, he really, really likes Gunnar Helm. And I get it. The dude's in the right place. The dude makes the catches. Why would you not like Gunnar Helm? But it's awesome to see Gunnar Helm getting all of the love there. And every time they ask him about it, Cam Ward is like, that dude's real.
Yeah, no, I love seeing that. He had a great touchdown catch. I would venture to guess he's probably the starter at tight end before week 6. I think he gets on. I think he earns that job well before then. I think he's going to be a very surprising rookie this season for a lot of people. I mean, not to us because we know what he's capable of, but yes. I think that more people are going to get to know his name pretty early on.
The Dolphins beat the Lions 24-17, and Quinn Ewers showed back up, guys. First week abnormality, didn't have a good week, kind of got a little distracted there. 11 for 17, passing 116 yards, 2 touchdowns, a 123.7 passer rating there, QB rating. Is that more to your liking of Quinn Ewers for the Dolphins, Matt?
I think that that's more in line with what he's going to be able to do if he ever gets in a football game. I mean, I think that, obviously he still has a little ways to go based on week 1, but like this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like it hasn't stopped, Patrick. The Quinn Ewers hate has progressed into the NFL, and the second that he does something that is not perfect, oh, I told you he was a bust. He was a 7th round pick. All this BS. And like, okay, now he gets a game under his belt. He calms down a little bit. He comes out in preseason week 2 and he plays pretty well. And he had some really impressive throws in that game too. It wasn't just, hitting guys that were wide open. He was hitting guys in tight windows, and he was making some great throws. So I'm happy with what he did. I just, preseason week 3, if he regresses a little bit, the boo birds are going to come out in the open gym chat and be like, "See, I told you so, Matt." And it's just like, y'all, like it. Hopefully he does not play a single game this season, and he just gets to, develop.
What do you think about Ollie Gordon? Ollie Gordon goes 10 carries for 50 yards. He's a really interesting one. We know that he was the guy going into last college football season, and then Oklahoma State just sucked. And so he just fell off the map of running backs. He got drafted way later by the Dolphins. I mean, for a team that needs running backs because A-Chain can't seem to stay healthy, I think that, maybe Ollie Gordon, maybe could be a guy. I don't know if he's going to be great, but I think he could be a guy for them.
I mean, he's super talented. He could carve out a role in that offense. A-Chan is a guy that is all about outside runs and speed, and he's more of a, hammer home in the middle, run between the tackles kind of a guy. So he could certainly carve out a role in that offense. He looked good with the Dolphins. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I don't know that he's going to have a huge role early on in the season, but he could certainly earn one as the season goes on.
Yeah. I mean, it was, I think that there's a role for him as the season goes on and continues as we continue on. How about the 49ers and the Raiders? We saw Ashton Janty get back a little bit. He had that really, really bad first game. He gets 7 carries for 33 yards in this game, 4.7 yards per carry, and a touchdown. Feels a little bit more like somebody who is going to be a decent running back. I still don't know if he's going to be. I'm not taking him in the first round of my fantasy draft. I'll tell you that much right now. I'm a little hesitant of this Raiders team if they're going to be able to get the offensive line to get him a lot of love. But I think, it was nice to see him step back because, again, a guy you talk about the Boo Birds, he was already named a bust after 1 week of preseason, and that's a little early.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Ashton Janty is going to be fine. The offensive line is an issue, but maybe don't pick him in the first round of your fantasy draft. That's okay. Like it just because he's not NFL Rookie of the Year on offense doesn't mean he's going to be a bust. So, I never expected the Raiders to compete this year. I think that they've got a lot of issues. It's going to get better eventually under Pete Carroll. I do have faith in that, but maybe a little bit of a rough year for Ashton Janty, and that's okay. He'll be a good player.
One of the best games for the Longhorns was Jacksonville versus New Orleans. It doesn't in a 17-17 tie, but we saw Kelvin Banks play really good in his limited action in the game, and we also saw Vernon Broughton recover a fumble. Vernon Broughton gets in there and gets his name in the paper, and Jalen Ford gets an interception. So everybody looking good on this Saints team as they were able to come in and make an impact. Some Texas players. I mean, this is sadly the team that this is like the Falcons had a bunch of Texas players go, and now this is like it's the Saints, and it's a problem because they're gonna be so bad this year. But they haven't. Tyler Shuck goes 9 for 12 for 66 yards. Not what you want to see out of a guy that you wanted to be your starter.
I mean, 9 of 12 is good.
Not for 5.5
yards. 66 yards on 9 completions isn't great, but
took
at least he was Yeah, at least he was completing passes, which is more than I expected out of him. So Kelvin Banks my dog is going crazy back here eating his tail. Kelvin Banks is a guy that I expect to play well early on and continue to play well from the second that he gets his first start in week 1. I think he's going to be great. He was prepared to go early on at Texas. I think he's going to be prepared to go early on in the NFL, and he's going to become one of the best left tackles in the NFL when it's all said and done. So I'm happy with what he did in limited action. Love to see Jalen Ford getting his name out there and getting that pick. He was one of my favorite Longhorns on the team when he was here, just because he's, maybe he's not the biggest name on the roster. Maybe he's not the most talented guy on the roster, but the guy knows how to make plays and be in the right place at the right time. And good for Vernon Broughton getting I expect him to carve out a role there as well. I just wish they were on a different football team, I guess.
Well, that was the one too. The one we really wish was on a different team is Andrew Makuba, because good for him that he's on the Eagles and he gets his first pick 6, goes pick 6. Love it for Andrew Makuba. You're on the Eagles. We can't root for you on the Eagles.
I'll root for him anyway. I want him to do well. The most interesting thing that came about that for me was Dylan Gabriel's comments after he came off the field with the some of us are competitors and some of us are showmen. I'm a competitor. He's like trying to throw shade at Shador and all that. But hey, neither of them are going to start officially now in week 1, so at least we can kind of get rid of all that for a week.
Jesus knows Joe Flacco's not an entertainer. We did see, Jackson Dart. Joe, you're right. Jackson Dart looked pretty good. 14 of 16 for 137 and a touchdown. And there he did take a sack, but he didn't lose any yards on it. So not the worst sack in the world. And hit Jordan Humphreys for 3 catches for 20 yards as well. Little connection there for little Jordan Humphreys. And he's starting to get a little love in a wide receiver room where maybe he could find a space to work, because there's just not a ton of great wide receivers in New York. Now you have Malik Neighbors, who's really, really good, dealing with some injuries, but the rest of the roster, there's some room. Maybe get in there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of room on that roster because there's a lot of bad players on it. I'm very pleased with Jackson Dart's stat line. I find it very hard to imagine that he won't be this team's starter.
It feels like
fairly early on in the season. Brian Daboll just does not have a lot of room to mess around. So maybe if they start off like 0-2, 0-3, you move to Jackson Dart and you can kind of build some confidence with your front office that you have something working with him. But I watched Jackson Dart for 3 years at Ole Miss. I can't remember a time where he went 14 for 16 in a game or started off that way. I mean, maybe he did. I just don't remember off the top of my head, but that's serious progress for week 2 in the preseason. Got that kind of tools, and now he's showing some accuracy and like he knows what he needs to do. I mean, that's very positive for the Giants, so that's a good thing.
All right, before we take our second break, any belief in the Ben Johnson hype? Bears win 38-0. The Lions lose again. Is it just preseason, or is the Ben Johnson hype real?
I think it's a little bit real. I mean, 38 points in the preseason, like they looked good.
They did look good.
Just, and Caleb Williams looked good. So it's like, okay, maybe he's figuring some stuff out there. I don't know that it's going to be, to that level in the regular season, but I think that eventually he's going to be able to do something there.
All right, let's take our second break, Matt. We'll come back. We'll wrap it up. I will take predictions of how many series the Bengals starters play, because they said they're playing them a bunch. I'm really curious to see how much they play them tonight. We'll talk about that and get to our meathead of the day as we wrap things up here on a Monday edition of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed, untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, everyone. This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Jam, wrapping things up on a Monday afternoon. Mike, you're right. Julian saying going to start 0-1. I'm with you on that one. Going to start 0-1. How many series, how many quarters do you think the Bengals starters play tonight, Matt?
I hope they play the whole damn game.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that for Joe Burrow. But I mean, I wouldn't surprise me if they played another quarter. That's crazy to me. Play a quarter of football in this. Like, when you already played a half, I mean, that feels like it's going the other way, but they're trying to not have a slow start. They don't want to have another slow start as they've had. So got to change things up. Hopefully it works out for them. Let's you know what? Let's play our first meathead of the day. This is a new take on Arch. I mean, there couldn't be higher expectations for Arch, right? No one could have higher expectations for Arch.
So going into this college football season, if you were coaching a team and I was like, hey, you get any player you want, what quarterback would you want to be coaching?
Archer, man.
Yeah? He's the real deal?
No doubt.
What makes you say that?
You know, I had an opportunity to go to Texas and speak to the clinic, and speak at their clinic, and I watched practice. Now, we knew Archer Manning as a young kid from Louisiana. He liked Joe Brady. We watched him. But I watched his practice, and I'll say this conservatively, okay? And Garrett, we recruited Garrett. Garrett's a great player. You know, it's kind of, you know, they got some great quarterbacks here. But Arch is as close to, or maybe as good as Joe as I've seen.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And I've never said that about anybody.
Yeah.
He's fast. He's athletic.
Yep.
He seems to be really smart.
Smart.
Tough. I guess we haven't seen him compete against the highest level. I actually like what Sark did.
There, we'll wrap that up. But that's Coach O. So now, Matt, if I'm correct, this matchup in week 1, Fox can promote it. Joe Burrow versus Joe Burrow. This is both quarterbacks have now been compared to Joe Burrow. Right.
Look, I love Coach O. I hope he gets back into coaching very soon. He's had a nice buyout to enjoy himself over the last 4 years and not have to do anything. This is ridiculous. Joe Burrow might be the best quarterback in the history of college football in a single season. There's an argument to be made for that. I'm not saying he's better than Vince Young. I'm saying there's an argument that you can make that Joe Burrow had the best season ever for a college football quarterback.
We almost beat them.
And Texas almost beat them. But this is, you know, first of all, like, you know, speak clearly, Ed. I get the Cajun flow, but like, come on, like I hate this so much. We wrote about it on our site, and we're getting clicks on it, which is great. But I cannot stand this. I hate that people are doing this to Arch. I really do.
Oh, I love it. This is also, we'll give you one more real quick before we take off. Just a reminder of pre-snap and why it's so important. This is from the Vikings game. Language alert on this, but this is from the Vikings game in this preseason during the broadcast.
Excited about this year's team and excited about this play call, fellas.
What do we got?
With
What do we have?
a fast motion. Oh no! Fuck. Oh.
Brosmer, flag, play action, right, Price,
coming back.
What
happened? Oh, I think you're gonna like this play call right here, and F. Just immediately saw that they messed up the pre-snap, and knew it was illegal motion before the ball snapped and the play was coming back.
Poor Vikings. It's just going to get worse when JJ McCarthy is the starter, but that's okay.
He didn't play this week, so he had nothing to really just roll on him with.
You know what I saw when I was looking at Julian Sand stuff, by the way, while we were talking about him earlier? He was comped to JJ McCarthy by 24/7 Sports. So maybe he's just going to be god-awful.
Oof. Maybe it's a run game. Just going to run the ball all game long. All right, we got to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow with even more Talking Texas Football. 11 days away tomorrow. We'll be talking more about it as we continue on, getting closer and closer to opening day. Can't wait for it. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more